change. Yeah. They moved 6 feet.
Good evening. It being on or after 7 o'clock, I'm going to open up the May 15th meeting of the Georgetown Conservation Commission. And on the agenda tonight, we have several items of discussion. We also have 6 hearings, and we're going to start off with the discussion items as we have some time. And I think first on the agenda is the chief. Please come up, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Chief Cudmore. This is Sergeant Tom DeJoy. And we've asked to come before the commission tonight as we had spoken to Steve's office during the last several months concerning land use and hunting. And I'd like to start the conversation by thanking the commission with regard to Steve's service. He's a valuable resource to us. He helps us daily on questions, and he's very quick to come over to the PD or invite us into his office. He shared maps and so forth, so he has been a resource for us. But like all of us, we report to a board, and he reports to you. So he had requested that I come before you and just describe what we have going on to see what feedback we could get from the board, or possibly make some changes relative to an ongoing problem that we're having here in Georgetown.
Okay.
As far as Mass General Law and hunting and the right to hunt and so forth, I don't think that's really the issue here before us as the police. Conservation land, as you know, because you're the custodian of that property, is spread out and mired through our town. And that will continue to do that as we put development in and lands taken and lands designated as such. So what we have right now is we have conflicting use with the land that's designated as conservation land. We have people who want to walk the property, walk their pets, recreational use, biking and the like. Then you have people who want to hunt on that property. So that's clearly a conflict in land use. And further complicating that issue is the fact that the property, Georgetown's conservation land, for the most part, is not posted nor delineated. So when the law enforcement officers are called to potentially resolve a dispute or answer questions, it's very difficult to determine where we're standing, what we're doing, who has permission to be where. And obviously private property is a little easier because there is some delineation with rock walls and the like, but conservation land in most areas is kind of just mapped out on paper. So we're here tonight to ask 2 things, I guess. Maybe some clarity, because Steve had provided us some information, and then we had to make some adjustments to that relative to whether people, number one, are allowed to hunt on conservation land, which we know they are in some areas. Are they allowed to hunt on all conservation land with this conflicting issue, use issue? And thirdly, if in fact they are you going to require written permission from this board or Steve or whoever has that authority to provide that written permission? On private property, you have to have landowners' permission in writing on your person. So though I know it's a big question, it's probably a lot more complicated than a 5-minute presentation. But as your police department, we are running into continual problems with our residents and people who come to Georgetown to hunt, our residents who hunt in Georgetown. And since you are the custodians of that property, we're looking for some guidance.
Is there any precedents in other communities in the state?
I know Steve did some research. I did. It varies. I think probably the most important thing and probably the biggest obstacle for us is the lack of that delineation or posting, only because it's so large.
Chief, we looked at the hunting issue quite a few years ago, whether it was allowable or not, whether we wanted to do it or not, based on need, risk, etc. A lot of our parcels are fairly small, which hunting wouldn't be practical, especially with a firearm. And as the landowner or the custodian of the land, we would view that you would need written permission from the commission to do that, to hunt on conservation land. The exception parcel would be Lufkin's Brook, which actually has a bylaw which prohibits hunting. So
Correct.
It's really not even up to us to allow it. It's prohibited, and actually I think that's the only parcel that we have. It's actually posted with the rules on it. But the others, it would need a commission, in my opinion, a commission vote to allow it. Someone would have to apply to us and say, you know, can I do that? To my knowledge, and I've been on this board for better than 14 years, we actually have not allowed hunting officially on Concom land.
Now, could you reduce that to writing for us?
Basically put that, yeah, we certainly could do that.
Have you ever had a request?
Yes, we have.
You have, okay. I've been here 9 years.
It's been a while. It's been requests on a few different parcels.
Okay.
Can
So-
I ask? Oh,
And we've actually had people come in on a couple of occasions, and, you know, we don't just tell them flat out, no, we would listen to them and you know, hear what they would want to do, but, you know, we looked at, you know, based on the fact of the close proximity of Crane Pond, wildlife management area, et cetera, there's a lot of open land right in the vicinity, and we were concerned with some of the small parcels, you know, a 50-acre parcel with someone being out there, and the
Absolutely.
mixed-use
Yep.
issue, because our lands have been, you know, not hunted on for the most part, and people aren't gonna be cognizant of, you know, what they should be looking for. You know, from my perspective, we're not absolutely opposed to hunting, it's just that it would have to be very, very well conditioned to be safe for everyone involved.
I would like to see the commission then at least reduce that opinion to writing so that we could post it. We could post it on our website, is also provide it to people who are in conflict with this particular issue. There are several private property owners and neighbors of conservation land who have that opinion. We had the opinion that there are public lands that can be hunted upon, but if they're not properly posted or delineated as such, then it's very difficult for officers to enforce that.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, we have, what, Steve, 800-plus acres now, and
And growing.
growing, and, yeah, obviously, some parcels have signage on the entryway, but, you know, once you get in, and it's buffering all kinds of other properties, and obviously, if you're in the woods, it's gonna be very difficult to determine where you
And I
are.
think too, some of the, I mean, hunters are afforded certain rights and availability of land in the event they're hunting, crossing, the taking of animals and such.
Right.
And then crossing from public to private to public land again. So we're monitoring that, but we've seen a marked increase in these conflicts, and
And-
it all reverts back to the fact that it's conservation land. So
And-
that's why we wanted to come
Right.
before you, clarify it, request that particular information in writing so that we can provide that to the residents.
And on the side of hunters, there are also hunter harassment laws too in
Absolutely.
Massachusetts.
Right.
That, you know, if someone is legitimately hunting, that, you know, just because people don't like hunting, they can't go out and harass them, block their vehicles, and et cetera.
That's correct.
where do you find you're having the most problems with on our open space areas?
Well, I think the majority of the calls, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Sarge, the Little's Hill area up behind,
Wow, that's hard, because that's right next
Mm-hmm.
to the development there, okay.
and then it's sprinkled throughout, but it's more inquiry and then responding to, you know, when the situation escalates where one party is called the police, then, you know, we know communication is broken down between these folks. And Steve provided us some mapping of the town and was able to blow some areas up for us, so we have some visual on what we're dealing with. And I think too, if it's in play here, that maybe an increase in signage throughout our conservation property, delineating what they are, what they're used for, and possibly that would also help the public.
I mean, obviously, our properties, you know, have to be used for passive recreation, but actually, hunting,
Hunting
believe it
is
or not,
passive.
is considered
It is
passive.
considered
That's
passive.
right.
Because so much, you know, we had to deal with that too, and, you know, we take a very objective approach. We're not pro-hunting, we're not against hunting, we're just here to enforce whatever bylaws or
safe.
laws.
Keep
Yeah,
people
and
safe.
keep everybody safe.
Chief, can I ask as well? Go ahead.
Laura's the only one that's actually raising her hand and going the
Yeah,
right
I am
way.
raising my
Just for
hand.
the record.
Sir,
Everyone else is just
sir.
chiming in.
You're supposed to ask me.
See, and I'm asking him too.
Go ahead.
Sir, may I ask a question?
You may.
Is there anywhere that hunters could go to get information about where they can go hunting? Do you have that on your website, or do
Yes,
we
and-
have it on our website?
The environmental police are the primary force for the regulatory information concerning hunting.
Would that be the state environmental
Mhm.
police? Do
It's
they
Massachusetts
have like a list by
Environmental
town?
No, they don't get that detailed. I mean, some embedded websites will get people, the DCR.
The Division of Fish and Wildlife actually has
Has-
like little maps, I think you can print out of the different wildlife management areas throughout the
Correct.
state. And actually tells you the acreage, access points, et cetera.
Like, then it's like Georgetown Raleigh State Forest. I don't think there's a map that shows all of the different types of lands that are, you know, state, local hunting, so. So I can type up a more formal memo versus these emails that we've been doing up to this
Correct.
point, and then maybe get the commission to sign it at the next meeting. That way you can have something that's a little bit more
That
formal.
would be great.
I also had, someone suggested putting up signage at the town entrance in any place where you come into town. So it's really hard to post. I put hundreds of signs up, they get ripped down. It's really, really hard, and I've almost pretty much given up putting signage up, because this comes up.
Mhm.
I'll put the signs up, a week later they get ripped down.
I think
So every time this happens, it's a cycle. I kind of get tired with having signs made up.
We've had this issue with ATVs, and we've had, in
Yeah.
some cases, put them up higher
So
than 7 feet.
we could
so
maybe
people have
get
to
a
really
larger,
go
more formal sign and see if
to get 'em.
whoever is the sign
Probably
regulator.
Peter?
Yeah, see if we can get it put up at like the town, main town entrances.
And what would the sign say?
No hunting, no ATV on town-owned land, or
So-
something to that effect.
So
I don't
we're
know.
not really being asked to address the issue of whether hunting is or should
Well,
not be allowed.
It's
It's not
with-
allowed.
with permission.
on
It's
conservation.
with permission.
It's
If
with
someone-
permission. It's really a policy that we've followed for quite a few years in the commission. So we haven't flat out banned it, but without our permission, it's not an individual commissioner, it's the commission's decision at this point whether we want to allow it. Now, we should come up with a policy, you know, that the person would have to get a written, you know, authorization, et cetera. They'd have to ask us, you know, what do they want to do? Because as the custodian, I think it's incumbent upon us to find out, you know, what they want to do. Do they want to use a firearm? Do they want to use a bow? Whatever. What are they hunting? You know, is it a parcel that's even appropriate for hunting? Is it too small? So we have some very small parcels, and we would want to know, you know, who's doing that, you know, who's on the land.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it seems to
From my
me,
perspective.
it seems to me that you are talking about a broader policy, and also wouldn't there need to be a significant outreach to the non-hunting community, informing them that there is hunting or there's one individual out hunting today? I mean, wouldn't there also have to be notification to the non-hunting community that you're walking in an area where all of a sudden today there is hunting?
Well, I mean, what you're, I mean, I think
Well, there'd have to
the way to
be-
approach it is to post what the rules are. And, you know, there are parcels in other states that, again, they post right on, you know, hunting is allowed with landowner permission.
Right.
They basically spell it out.
So this would be a broader policy. It's not just that somebody comes up and asks us, hey, can I go hunting on this parcel
It gives-
next month
It gives
for one day?
It gives the public the guidelines, it gives the police department the guidelines, and it basically lets people know, you know, what the commission's view. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't know if anyone else.
I think
has-
too, in the Georgetown bylaws under Chapter 68, Section 2, there's only 2 sentences that deal with hunting in Georgetown, and it's for private property landowners' permission in writing. A broader description and possibly bylaw distribution would help too. I mean, I don't know at the level of the commission if bylaws are required or pursuant to the decisions that you make, but it would also allow for enforcement on public property if someone's hunting without that landowner's permission. We would at least have a Georgetown bylaw to pass, to fall back on as well.
I know Weston has a really good bylaw and policy and procedure, and they actually have a permitting process that goes through the commission, where someone actually comes in and fills out a permit application, and it gets approved, and
right, I've
they
seen
have
that.
all their properties kind of gridded off, so that it not just, it makes sure there's no 2 hunters 10 feet apart. It really spreads people out and really defines where people
And I think that
live.
the board member
Yeah.
made, the point I made in my speech in the beginning was that as the town is more active, we are running into not only a hunting issue, but the conflicting use issue. And is that something that the commission has addressed in the past? That could be reduced to writing, or is there any specific regulations in place under the authority of the commission to use land where there's only hiking and where there's only hunting and where there's only, I mean, does it get that defined?
I mean, obviously Camp Dennison, there's a comprehensive management plan. In some of the other parcels, and if I go back, actually, there was a group we formed on Little's Hill, a neighborhood group, and basically to form kind of a use of these parcels, defining use of them. We used to do that more actively, but it's tough to get people to volunteer in terms of putting together kind of a program for that particular parcel, how to use it, what are the, mapping out the trails in that area, what are the, what are the entry points, et cetera.
And I think those trails have caused some of the confusion where utilizing the trails to access conservation land or having landowner's permission with private property, so you're crossing public to get to private. And that's caused some unsettling observations by the residents there, thinking that people are walking out behind their homes with shotguns, and
Right.
they thought that path was just for recreation, which by definition, passive recreation is hunting. So those are the type of confusing issues that we're dealing with on the police department.
Mr. Chairman, I have just a few other questions. I think this first question was answered, but is it legal to discharge a firearm in Georgetown?
I'm sorry, sir,
Is
say it
it
again.
legal to discharge a firearm in Georgetown?
So long as you're 500 feet of a dwelling or paved public way, yes.
Okay. So that kind of segues nicely into my next comment. We're talking about parsing out various sections, a hiking area, maybe a hunting area over here. Well, it seems to me that a bullet can travel a long way.
Yes, it can.
So, in terms of practicality, and a bullet isn't going to
Well,
observe an
We
arbitrary
use
boundary.
usually shotgun or a .22 in Massachusetts.
Okay, so they don't have as strong or as far a range.
Centerfire rifles not allowed except during bear season, which we probably don't have too many here.
Not too many
Okay,
bears.
and I'm assuming that hunting would also include primitive firearms,
Correct.
bow and arrow.
Gunpowder, all that.
So all these things all these variables would have to be taken into account if we were to designate certain areas as hunting. Is that correct? And would that be enforceable?
Well, we would have to know the boundaries. See, I think part of our problem is when we're in, the sergeant actually responds to the calls, and, he's standing in the middle of the woods trying to mediate a situation between two hunters, whether they're on parcel X or parcel Y,
Yeah, it's impossible.
and you're just in the middle of the woods. And, local knowledge helps when you're out there with people who have been out there before, but as these new developments,
I mean, actually, the way the Division of Fish and Wildlife does it, they actually have these little triangular signs they nail to the trees on the boundaries, even out in the woods. We actually use little plaques that we put to define conservation areas. They actually say, the Georgetown seal on them. We may be able to employ something like that, so you could actually, even if you were in the woods, figure out where you're at.
well, our officers spend a majority of time on paved ways and working with folks, so we don't have the GPS technology or any technology that the environmental police nor the DCR utilizes.
So there would be concurrent jurisdiction with the environmental police. Would you depend upon, or would you work out some mutual assistance agreement where they would assume some?
We already have that. I guess the issue is the primary response to any type of disturbance, a call for service would be the Georgetown PD, and then a call into the environmental police. An immediate response is rare from them because of the size of the territory they're covering, and it's based on the call too. I mean, a dispute pursuant to hunting will not draw the environmental police for mutual aid to us. We're gonna have to settle that dispute ourselves. They've helped us with pond issues and things like that, things that have gone beyond what an everyday police officer responds to. But our officers are responding to either a disturbance call or attempt to mediate two folks that aren't getting along.
So, any question? Go ahead.
I would really like us to take some time to look into it with a lot more depth. We have, as you said, we have a lot of really varied land of varied sizes, and various locations near residential areas and not near residential areas.
In reality, that's probably the reason why in the past we have chose, in many cases, just to not allow it, because we realized that this was a complex issue, but, you know, from an enforcement standpoint, they need to have guidelines of rules.
Right.
And
And,
it will take a little time for us to come up with that list.
right,
And I would assume the public vetting process as well.
pardon?
The public vetting, vet this through the
Well,
public,
we would do it
Oh,
do
I
it
see.
in a public meeting, of course.
And,
solicit public comments.
and your comment about alerting the public as to when hunting is taking place, I think that that's really an important consideration. So I would love to take some time to look at all the various open space areas we have and talk to you about the problems you have and sort of our
Well, as far as
thinking
as
about
far as
that
the
and come
timeline,
up
I,
with some solutions.
as far as the timeline, I think it would probably be beneficial to the department if we could probably get that before the next hunting season.
Yeah,
Yes, and I think,
I'll get you the memo now, like, by the next meeting, they'll have the memo. But I think what I'll do is I'll talk to Weston and find out their policy and how their procedures work, and we can start discussing a longer term.
And I mean, some towns, I think even in Ipswich, they have some areas that are
Weston.
designated resident-only bow hunting. They have, you know,
Mhm.
they've actually said, no, we don't want firearms, we're just gonna allow bows. So there's a number of ways to approach the
and things
issue.
like that have been discussed. People were under the impression that only Georgetown residents can hunt on Georgetown Conservation Land, and there's a lot of myths out there concerning the hunting issue. But I think, I can see, it's a much larger issue than anything that would happen tonight, but the fact that you could provide, at least, reducing that to writing so that we can tell the public that unless they have written permission from the Conservation Commission, that they cannot hunt on
Right,
conservation
we should
land.
be able to get to that.
And that will at least solve some of our problems
We will.
relative to, until you folks decide how you wanna handle that.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Sure,
So we're kind
absolutely.
of running on time. We also had a discussion about the Camp Dennis and the alcohol policy.
Yes, I did see that on
So the permits have been going through, and most of the events, all of the events are going through fine, no problems. But there's some pushback for, and the chief has been signing off saying we need a detail on site during this event. 100 people, alcohol being served. His opinion, his professional opinion is there should be a detail. My memory of when we were working through this process is that the commission pretty much said the same thing.
there. I think I said the same thing.
And I remember at the same time I did too.
Group of people.
So the other thing I'm gonna do is probably draft a memo, type it up, kind of that, it's also the commission's view that every single one of these should have a detail, because the chief's getting a little pushback saying, hey, we're doing a non-profit event to raise money, and we have to spend all this money on a detail. That's part of doing business and part of the event. I'm of the belief there should be a detail there, so I'll probably circulate another memo just to get you guys, because we did discuss it, we did say it, but we never captured it in the minutes.
We were
so-
looking at it as liability, you know, it's
Yeah.
compound
Right.
land, we've got.
I think what's happened is in section 13 of the special alcohol use permit conditions and requirements, it says that the town of Georgetown may require.
Oh.
And the word may has caused my office a bit, some angst with, you know, am I being arbitrary and capricious when I decide who gets?
Who may or may not get it.
Correct, and so what I've done is, I was at the meeting in 2011 when the Camp Dennison group formulated the plan to serve alcohol, the permitting process, and it was my belief that there would be, unless the commission says they don't have to have a detail down there, there's gonna be a detail
No,
down
I
there.
think
It's the right thing to
I
do.
think I remember the discussions, we were gonna
Exactly.
defer to you on that issue.
Right.
right.
You know, I can do on that form, I'll have the form changed to say detail required unless, you know, kind of set the tone that it's required
Right.
unless permission is
And I
granted.
think what
to not
happens,
have
Joe,
it.
with this, the alcohol permitting process, it doesn't even mention the possibility of a cost relative to that police detail. So what happens is, folks come in, they start the process, and then all of a sudden, there's another added expense and another added step to their process. So updating the forms, ensuring, based on that liability discussion, that it's a mandate, and
Can do that.
it's not waived at any time. And I just wanted the commission to clarify that for us.
Mr. Chairman, if you recall, I drafted that document, and it went through a number of
Yes,
A
I
lot.
do.
drafts, and that was a point of contention.
It was.
And I believe the term "may" was put in the spirit of,
Compromise?
yes.
Well, I think we should take
So you get the
may out.
point.
Yes, I do.
Okay, okay.
But, you know, I'm the end user, so it would be nice if the commission could tighten that up a little bit. Now that it's pretty much an established venue for folks, there hasn't been one problem down there.
That's good to
So I
hear.
want that to be clear for the public, that no one has had any problems whatsoever. And I try to work the detail schedule and system so that the venues who are concerned about cost because of a fundraising event, to keep the cost as minimal as possible with the hours that they pick to operate. Currently, right now, there's one that's, if they change their hours, they're gonna save, several $100s if they just change the hours of by 1 or 2 hours. And I'm gonna ask the person who's requested the permit to take a look at that and give it back to Steve, just to save that venue that cost. It's not a money-making avenue for the police whatsoever. So,
So I can have those forms changed, and I'll probably do a memo and have you guys sign it just to cover our end, so I can get something for your file.
Okay.
Yeah.
and that's all the police department has before the commission tonight.
We've got a long
Thank
night
you.
to go. Thank you,
Thank
John.
you.
So you're gonna hang around for the rest of the night?
I'm gonna leave.
A lot of
It'll only be
entertainment.
3 or 4 more hours.
I don't get it.
No, she's gonna be late.
Oh,
She's gonna come when she can.
Oh,
She'll
she's
be
in
here.
Woburn.
Yeah,
She's
she'll
in
be here.
Woburn,
any
okay.
point.
And the next on the business agenda, if we still have time, is Pam.
She's not here. She has a gig in Woburn.
Okay,
She
so why
might
don't
be,
we,
she'll be in whenever she's in.
Okay, since we're past 7:15, why don't we move to the first hearing? It being on or after 7:15, I'm going to open up a new notice of intent for East Main Street, GCC 2014-09, and that's the Georgetown East Main Street Skate Park project, including construction of a gravel road parking lot, concrete, skate park, gravel dog park, pony league baseball field, and other constructions, including pavement. If we could have the applicant and/or consultant, and if you could identify yourself for the record, please.
Yeah, I have.
I'm John Perry from Gale Associates, and we were told that we'd be on at 8:30. My associate is on the way with our documents for our presentation materials. I'm also here to represent the high school and middle school. If we could
Okay,
block those maybe?
Oh,
now, well, let's see,
it's
with,
wrong,
As long-
East Main Street.
the other
As
hearing,
long
that's
as-
11 Winter, is at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, as long as it's held after, we can do that legally.
You can hold anything after, but you can't hold it before.
So we have other projects that we can do, Tid's Junkyard in between.
Well, that may or may not take long.
Well, the representative is here, so
Okay.
that is a discussion, that's not just a continuation, so that would actually work.
Okay.
Looking at the time over there.
7:30.
Okay, I can open TIDS.
We can do that,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you.
Stand by.
Oh, really? Oh, he called me.
Okay, it being on or after 7:20, I'm going to reopen TIDS Junkyard, GCC 2007-11. That's the complete site remediation under Mass Chapter 21E, followed by construction of a 16-unit senior housing development, associated grading, roadways, septic, utility, stormwater, etc. And why don't I open also TIDS Junkyard, GCC 2007-12, that's the revision on the plans to construction of a 16-unit senior housing development. If I could have the applicant and a consultant, if you could identify yourself for the record, please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eric Johnson. I'm with Edge Environmental, and I'm representing TIDS Junkyard, etc.
Okay.
Now, as I recall, when I was last in, we requested and agreed that the town's consultant would review what had occurred and come up with a list of
Yes.
concerns. All right, and that was completed, and then we reviewed
when was
those, and
When was that?
It's probably 2 months ago.
Better than a month ago, I believe.
2 months.
yeah, a couple of months ago. Anyway, so since that time, we've responded. The letter was forwarded to the Concom. I don't know if you folks have, I see that you have it actually in hand. I hope everyone does. If you'd like, I can go through and we can discuss each of the concerns as far as we've suggested solutions are. If that's not necessary, we can discuss specific items, whatever is your pleasure.
Well, I think, why don't you go through what the concerns were and
Okay.
the response?
Is there any way of kind of doing what Mr. Luker's, so you're gonna hit what Mr. Luker brought up, your response, and then kind of
Point,
go through
counterpoint
the,
type of-
yeah.
Sure.
perfect. Okay, thank you.
All right, the first item of concern was glass and debris. Mr. Luker indicated that, hang on just a moment. The first item involves debris, metal, glass in the near surface soils. Because of the use of the property as a junkyard for over 100 years, there was considerable broken glass and metal near the surface soil. The owner has removed the bulk of all visible large pieces of metal, but smaller pieces are likely present in many areas of the site. This material was documented in photographs during removal actions. The owner, Mr. Morello, has stated before at public meetings that he will screen the several feet, he has 0 to 2 feet with a question mark, of soil to remove the debris when he develops the property for residential use. This should be considered when development of the site is undertaken. We responded that in September of '05, after the cars and large items had been removed, a large electromagnet attached to an excavator was used to sweep the area over a 3-day period.
Okay.
Sweep the area over a 3-day period to remove smaller pieces of scrap metal. The plan is to remove the top 18 inches of material before the development starts. And that's a common practice. And then the topsoil will also be screened before it's used again.
Now, was that on all the property associated with this, even in the land
It's-
that was being,
It would only be on property to be developed. That way there's minimal disruption.
So not the area that was proposed to be donated as open space. That's disturbed, but it wasn't the main junkyard area, but it did have stuff over there.
That could be open for discussion,
Okay.
but I think that, in a way that hinges on the process of future development
Yep.
of the site. Any further discussion on that, or?
So how, you said the electromagnet was used, how much, was it only used on the part of the site that's intended for development, or was it used over a larger area?
I think that's what he just indicated. It was only for the area for development, correct?
Okay, well, I didn't know if, there's the two parts, the electromagnet and the further remediation, so I just wanted to find out.
They'll
Okay.
both be in the same limit of work area, pretty much the
Okay.
the main clearing of
Alright.
that lot.
Right.
How deep will that electromagnet pull metal out of the ground?
I don't know. I would assume it'll pick things up off the surface. Beyond that, I doubt it'll pull
I
much
mean,
up off the
what I'm trying
ground.
to find is, if it actually pull stuff right out of the ground, on the subsurface, or is it just gonna
I
pick
think
up?
the subsurface will be done during the screening process, and any, kind of, there is another point coming up about buried material. I think that's really just surface, and it doesn't get glass and aluminum and all that other stuff, so I think most of that will get
Composition.
captured later through the screening process.
Okay.
Thank you. The next item was buried automobiles, which may or may not be part of what you were thinking. It would take a really big.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna, really strong magnet to lift it up.
Very expensive.
That'd make a great movie.
That's true. All right. Under buried automobiles, there were also requests made by the Mass DEP and others to take measures to ensure large buried objects, such as buried automobiles, are not present on site. Mass DEP, in their 2004 conditional approval letter of the RAM, the Remedial Abatement Measure Plan, stated that the use of a handheld metal detector is not sufficient to detect metal objects that may be buried at depth. In addition, it may not detect non-ferrous metal objects such as aluminum or car parts and tires. DEP recommends the use of geophysical methods such as electromagnetic and ground penetrating radar to detect metal and non-metal objects. It is not clear that such a geophysical survey was ever conducted, raising the question if there may be large metal objects buried at depth. So that's what Green Seal's question and concern was on your behalf.
Okay.
The response to that is that DEP recommended the use of electromagnetic and geophysical methods to search for buried cars or parts. It's within Mass DEP's authority to require that.
So in other words,
To be done.
you're not taking their advice.
It's also within their authority to appeal.
Well, they've already pretty much signed off on this.
Yeah.
Right.
DEP has signed off on this project, so they pretty much washed their hands of it. So it's really, everything, the reason we did this kind of Delta document was to capture all the things that the DEP kind of recommended,
Right.
but then they said, don't bother doing. By approving it, they said, don't bother doing these other
I mean, there's
things.
been so many hearings, so many years, and so many things written, you know, we wanted to kind of pull it all together and then just
That's right.
make it, things meld and finish it off here.
So again, this is gonna take,
This is gonna take forever.
yeah, well, I mean, maybe we could, is there any way we could just like kind of summarize the individual, like, so buried automobiles?
Sure.
We're concerned about them and what you're gonna kind of, what are your recommendations, we have
Okay, well,
suggestions?
in response to, you know, you folks have indicated you're interested in electromagnetic or geophysical study. And in order to do such a study, what is completed is they make multiple transects across a property in one direction, and then they do them at 90 degrees to the other transects, all right? To find things the size of cars, the transects have to be 10 to 15 feet apart, all right? Because as they're doing the study, there's a certain shadow to each side of the device that's pulled through the woods or driven. So transects would have to be cleared for this device to be used. We already know where excavations occurred that there aren't cars there. Is there any question about that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So we're talking about clearing trees and rocks where each transect would be taken so that this device can be moved
So you're
through.
saying the area would have to be completely cleared to use this?
No, just the transects.
The path for the,
Every
That's
10
a
feet.
nine-
But you say trees, most of the clearing is now, you know, head-high saplings and
Or,
weeds. There's not
or
any
beyond
trees.
that, too.
But, I mean, we're not talking doing this transect deep into the woods. We seem to be always concentrating on the disturbed area. When you're deep in the woods, I know there's a few cars thrown on the surface out in the woods, but I always envisioned it being just in the main clearing, not in the whole property.
And with all due respect to the applicant, this could be easily addressed through mitigation with a landscaping plan to restore the area.
Well, no, the whole area is gonna be proposed to be constructed into a
Even
16-lot
these-
subdivision.
But even these additional transects is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I wouldn't recommend going into the wetlands in the wooded area, because that's what we're talking about. The disturbed area goes up to the wetlands. If you want to go into the woods to look, you're in a wetland, you're not in the woods, pretty much, so.
can I ask a question?
Yes. Did I just answer
Mr.
that?
Chairman,
Sorry.
may I ask a question, please?
Sorry.
So if you're just looking at the area of development, surely when you're actually digging up the ground to put in the basements and put in these houses, you're going to find any cars that are dug in there, or are they deeper
Well-
than you anticipate actually digging in to develop the development?
I mean, they're gonna screen down 2
Will
feet.
you find them?
They're gonna screen down 2 feet.
And why 2 feet? Why was
Wait
that
a minute,
determined?
but
That's
when
for the
they're
little
digging
material.
basements.
That's for the little material. Then the roadway, they're gonna have to go deeper. The houses, they're gonna have to go deeper.
Right.
3/4 of the site's gonna be dug down, 6 feet.
How deep do you think these cars are? Are you unlikely to find them when you're developing?
Well,
They don't.
we were
believe there's anything
trying, we
buried.
we were trying to make that determination because we don't really know where the idea of the cars came from. And so in an effort to deal with this, we went back to David Tidd, who was the owner and the man who ran the facility for years. And we have an affidavit from him attesting that they never buried cars there.
Yeah, I think probably this came from, people like myself who saw the site before it was touched, and there was, cars that were left decades sinking into the soil and literally that probably hadn't been moved in 30 years.
As far as getting through this one hurdle, as far as doing this geotechnical work,
It's gonna be
Laura
opened
brings
up.
up a really interesting point. It can be a condition that, as part of the development, you know, obviously a backhoe's digging a hole for a foundation and it hits a Buick, they'll deal with it as such, but we can kind of put some language into
I
the
believe
conditions.
that-
For real.
If I may speak, I believe when we were coming up with these punch lists, it was due to another development where bumpers were literally coming up out of the earth.
Well, that was,
Af-
DEP had some concern. over
Yes,
some
that's
other
where the
developments.
whole buried car and car parts came from, I believe.
So you guys okay with maybe addressing that as through the
Yep.
order of conditions?
Sure.
Okay. One thing off the list.
I guess I would, yeah.
Considering
Yeah.
most gonna be dug up anyway.
There's a lot of roadway, a lot of parking, a lot of driveways in the houses. It's
For real.
a lot.
Okay.
The other side is that it will cost thousands of dollars to do this. Now,
Right.
if it's just the area that's already been disturbed, or where there isn't that much growing, it wouldn't cost that much. I assumed we were doing a larger area.
Well, I'd be interested in knowing if there was land being donated to the town, that if that land would, I'd wanna know whether there was a buried Buick or two or an Oldsmobile there.
Yeah.
That's just
We
me.
assume we would assume liability on that as well.
Well, right, yes.
But the area that's being discussed for donation to the municipality wasn't generally used by them for storing things. Also, I don't remember if I left this in here or not, but, you know, if you think about the effort to bury a car or a lot of material, you're talking about moving a lot of material, and you're talking about having to put it back, and then you're gonna see, you know, like, if you see where someone has put a bury pit, you're gonna start to see settling
Well, if
around that area.
the car's flattened out, it's still a car,
Yeah, they're all pancaked out there.
you know? So you can't tell.
I think our way of kind of getting through that one works.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
we don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, we're not, you know, the cars that I remember observing out there weren't cars that were dumped there recently. I mean, they were cars from the 60s and the 50s and all kinds of stuff that hadn't moved in decades.
Well, if the town was to take the property, I guess we could relinquish the rights to the valuable antiques.
Yeah.
All right,
All right.
next one?
Yes.
All right. Homegrown produce. In January 5th, 2012 letter,
Yeah, I recall
DEP,
reading that.
DEP reviewed the risk characterization that was done for the site. And there are certain background levels that you will find not only on this property, but throughout this region and in other regions. And for that reason, the DEP said it, actually the law, which is chapter 21E or 310 CMR 40 EMCP, basically states that is permissible and not even considered. And DEP basically stated that, and also put in a caveat that they would like to see if there's another way to make residents aware of those concerns of background conditions that naturally occur. And for that reason, there was a recommendation to use best management practices to address that situation.
And those
D-
best management practices would be, in this case?
DEP has guidance on that. Basically, it's publication and then either prohibiting the allowance of gardening or advocating that people more or less do container gardening.
Sounds reasonable.
Again, we can condition that,
Mm-hmm.
again, you know,
That's fine.
Condition what?
the order of conditions. I mean, that's really what we're talking about is
What type-
resolving all these issues with.
What type of gardening? Container gardening?
I don't know at this point. I'll be honest with you, we can't vote on this, period. Not tonight.
Right, what we're
We
trying, what
lost-
we're trying to
we-
do is
yeah, we lost-
resolve these issues so then they can withdraw,
Forward.
file with this new commission, and then we can finally close it.
So there's nothing being resolved tonight. I mean, we can try to resolve as many of these issues as possible. I have a punch list of things that I'm gonna tighten up, they're gonna withdraw without prejudice, reapply, and we can kind of hit the
Move
ground
forward.
running and close it out
So
relatively.
let's, let's press on, because we've got a lot of things to
Please.
discuss.
Okay, there was a request for additional soil sampling due to something that was detected in a stockpile. Basically, lead was detected at an elevated concentration in a soil stockpile. And then the consultant felt that there was no other sampling in the area. I actually went through a pretty substantial amount of the file to confirm that. And the sample of soil that had the elevated lead concentration was removed from the property. In addition, there were other soil samples taken from that area. And if you read the letter, there was lead analyzed in grid 11, grid 12, grid 13. So additional sampling was performed in that area without problems. The consultant also suggested analyzing for a bunch of metals that were not detected, In that area.
Record 8, correct?
the 8 Rucker metals, that's right. However, you know, I went through the tables that we have, and those are not problematic. So to look for those when they've already been looked for in that area seems,
In the hazardous waste business, it's pretty standard, you have to admit that.
I also talked to Mr. Luger about that one. His point was the sample might just had a little flack of lead in it. It doesn't mean that the whole area was glowing with it.
right, so other analyses have been performed in that area of the 8 Rucker metals. They were not found to be levels of concern. So our position is it's, other sampling's been performed and additional sampling is not warranted.
Is that area gonna be worked, dug out?
It will be. It's part of the construction site. It's not part of the proposed
So
open
it's sort of
space.
like a moot at this point, because we've already figured that 3/4 of the site is gonna be dug up, right?
No, but you just wanna make sure if you've got.
Yeah.
We're not
contaminated
spreading
soil,
it.
that it gets
Yes,
disposed of and
yes.
handled properly and doesn't, go
Yep.
where it's not supposed to go. Okay.
That was a pretty low level concern, so.
But it
not-
did show, so.
Yeah.
Well, not unusual in a junkyard.
Yeah.
Or in Georgetown.
That's awesome.
No.
No,
No.
that's a different thing.
That's a different chemical.
So can we agree that additional sampling is not required? Or consider, would we consider that further, or do you have other questions on that?
We're just talking that one spot now, right? My memory of that they got a hot sample, and my memory was that no additional sampling was done in the area. So that's
That-
pretty much what brought this up. So it sounds like some was done when he went back and looked at the historical records. I'm not worried about this
I'm
one going
amenable
forward.
to that, I'm amenable to that.
Move forward.
Yep.
Proposed town conservation land. The consultant rightfully found 2 metals, chromium and cadmium, had concentrations over the cleanup standards in an area where it's proposed to be used as open space. The Phase 2 report and risk characterization included the results of those samples in the risk characterization.
Was that chromium valence 6 or just chromium?
That's a very good question, and I think that probably predated the requirement for us to determine whether it's hexavalent or not. I'm pretty sure that it was just a total chromium concentration.
Was there follow-up sampling for those to? So no.
I
so
don't believe there was any additional sampling
they
done
were a
up
little
there.
bit elevated. No additional sampling was done, and no soil was removed. So
Right.
technically, those areas still have. They're still of concern.
The concentrations are there,
Yeah.
but when taken as a whole, the site does not present a risk,
Okay.
whether it's at the surface or below.
Okay.
That's how that's accepted by DEP.
So the thing, I also asked for this to kind of get incorporated in. they're proposing to donate some land to the town as open space. The fact that they kind of look at the whole site and kind of almost average it out and say it's safe, but they're only gonna be donating a certain area, and that certain area is one of the spots that had elevated levels. Just makes me a little bit nervous that the soil wasn't removed.
And you know, chromium, especially hexavalent chromium, is a human carcinogen.
So, I mean, one option is to accept the DEP's argument that this site is, you know, overall, they do their calculations and their assessment. I would just be very nervous, recommending to the commission to accept this land as open space with that, you know, you're pretty much encouraging the public to go there. People buy in that association, and it's noted that you can't eat vegetables out of the ground, all these other conditions, it's kind of buyer beware, but I just have a hard time encouraging people to come use land that they can't play in the dirt.
Right.
Again, that might come down the road and say, okay, well, we're not gonna accept this as town land, and that's one of the options. But if you are considering accepting it, then I feel like we should have additional sampling and some additional cleanup to be done out there. You could actually do that anyways, the DEP's recommending this, you could ask them to do more, one of my recommendations is to do more sampling and actually remove the soil, whether it's town land or not,
I mean,
clean the
that
site
would
up.
be the standard process under the MCP and, you know, in land.
And I wasn't,
You wanna evaluate it.
and I wasn't able to get Valerie Thompson from the DEP on the phone in time, but that was one of the things I'm gonna ask her is, you know, how it is that they can.
But we can always say no.
You can always say no, and you guys also have the flexibility to ask them to do more sampling,
Sure.
and to actually do the cleanup in that area. Again, this is locally jurisdictional, the DEP signed off on it, but the local is still a player involved in this process.
But
So
if-
that was my hot list things to, so,
But if we don't accept it, then they can just leave that out there, and it might be more of a danger to people if it's never dealt
the
with. But if
public.
we do accept it, and then we're in charge of cleaning it up,
yeah.
or
we-
requiring it to be cleaned up,
Could be
then
a
that's
brownfield.
the more responsible path to
brownfield.
take.
That's what it is.
So with that,
It is,
with that,
really.
with
Pardon?
that train of thought.
Basically a brownfield.
I mean, this
Right.
is kind of what, yeah.
So with that thought, then, one of the requirements, you know, as far as looking towards approving an order of conditions, there's a couple things here we've asked them to do, a couple things we can condition before, you know, we can write an order of condition it, certain things. This is one that you really can't condition. It's better to do it under the current enforcement order, more sampling and clean up that area, if that's your,
Yeah, I mean,
feeling.
from my perspective, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to take, you know, accepting land like that, but I'd wanna know what's in it, you know,
Yeah.
eyes open.
so maybe more assessment.
Yes.
Let's not talk removal of soil yet, maybe just do another grid sample out there and get a better feel for what's out there.
And move
Whether
forward.
it's ours or not, it needs to be dealt with.
Okay, I agree.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I think the last issue is the groundwater. Is that the?
Yeah. One of the things that, if you look through the groundwater analytical results, let me digress a minute. The property's within Zone 2 of a public drinking water well. There are 8 wells out there, and they were sampled over time, most recently in 2007. Only monitoring well MW3 reported an exceedance of benzene in 2003. The 8 down gradient monitoring wells were to be sampled periodically. It may be prudent to have an additional round of groundwater samples collected and analyzed for contaminants to ensure levels have not changed and to establish a baseline. The consultant went on to suggest some sampling of the Sentinel wells. But the point I'd like to bring forward on that is that of all the monitoring wells that are present on the property, only one well, monitoring well 3, ever had an exceedance of benzene, one chemical, and then in 2003, and then in subsequent sampling events up to 2007, there was never an exceedance.
Well,
So,
you know, benzene being a volatile, certainly it can travel in groundwater and the plumes can move. If you sample the same exact spot, multiple years later, that can actually move. I mean, benzene doesn't break down in nature.
benzene does break down in
Not
nature.
very well.
If you read any of the common literature,
That's why
From-
it stays in the ground so many years. The benzene ring, the bonds.
I clean up gas stations for a living, And if you read through a lot of the literature, it shows that benzene does actually break down. However,
what
that's the point that I would like to make is that you have 8 wells. There was only 1 exceedance in 2003. Subsequent sampling events showed no exceedances. So you have a bunch of groundwater data that shows that the site really wasn't, groundwater on the property wasn't really impacted. All the data shows that this was superficial soil impact.
Most likely it was from gasoline release at some point along the way.
I would bet it's from releases of gasoline and oil and anything else that cars will leak.
The other,
However,
Used oil will contain benzene too.
I'm not arguing whether or not benzene can be there, but my point is that we have a series of monitoring points out here placed by numerous consultants over time and then sampled repeatedly that show groundwater is not impacted.
Twice?
multiple times. I think part of the reason I have this on my list of things to investigate is they have to go out there and do some soil sampling anyways. The reason a lot of these are not hits on the groundwater is because there's no groundwater to sample. Most of the time, some of these wells are pretty much dry. So it's lack of samples, not, so if you can't get a sample, you can't say yes or no, there's stuff in there.
May I?
So, when I talked to Jim, he said there was a number of them that they didn't get water in them. Again, I don't have the data, I didn't look at it, I just put it on my list.
How many years between? It was 2003 and the next sample that didn't show up any was 2007, did you say?
I mean, this has been a chunk of time, they're supposed to be doing it quarterly, it was not done quarterly.
They didn't sample as, on a regular basis.
They were supposed to and report to the commission. If we had more data, I'd feel more comfortable. The problem is that
There's
there's
not
big
enough data.
gaps in time, and a couple samples that don't have any water, you can't sample it. That doesn't mean there's nothing there. It just means you should have been sampling quarterly, yearly to get water in the hole.
When it's water, when it's a table issue.
So,
There were some wells that were dry, I do recall that. But I have in front of me groundwater data from 2005. The well in question, monitoring well MW3, had 84 parts per billion of benzene in it. That exceeds the groundwater and drinking water standard substantially, in that the standard is 5. In 2006, in July of 2006, the well was again analyzed and benzene was detected at 5 parts per billion. And then in December of that year, it was not detected in a sample collected from that well.
What was the spike from?
it's just floating through.
Well, it's right,
Well,
could have
It's
been on
passing.
Moving.
ground,
Is
yeah.
it moving?
It could, well, without more information, it's hard to tell. If you have groundwater, it certainly will move with the groundwater.
Is it, how many wells there? 4 or 5?
8.
There's 8.
Yeah,
Can that just
at
be-
least 8.
I mean, how much do these things cost? If a couple of them are dry, there might be 6 of them that actually have a sample. Is it that big of a deal to just do one more round of sampling just to potentially satisfy any of these concerns? Because I know Jim Luker was concerned about that.
I'll tell you, I'm very concerned, considering it's our drinking water.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they saved a lot of money not doing it quarterly like they
Yes.
were supposed to.
Yep.
I think it's very reasonable just
Well,
to have
I'd
it
also
one
need to
last.
know, this data, whether those were dry samples, whether they actually collected
Yeah,
water.
I presume your sample log mentions when it's a dry sample versus
Well,
non-detected.
if it's dry, then there is
No sample.
no sample.
And it specifies that, so you can actually tell which ones were dry versus non-detected. Or does it just say non-detected for all of them?
No, it only will say non-detected if the sample was analyzed.
Okay, so you can make a difference between the two.
Right, so you can tell that the well was sampled.
Again, benzene's a
again-
carcinogen.
Concern, how close is the well? How far is the benzene potentially gonna migrate before it's broken down? If you look through regulations from the EPA to states throughout the United States, they have something called monitored natural attenuation, where they will allow groundwater to attenuate naturally
Yeah, that's
due to
kinda called,
bacteria.
dilution is the solution to pollution, that's what, that's.
That's
the fancy
exactly
way of-
how I read that when I when that first came out, I was so angry. I'm like, they're letting people walk away from their responsibilities. However, you know, I do end up working with that on a regular basis. Hang on just a moment, please.
Action items.
If that well is in other wells, would it be
Yes, you can-
spreading
you can
and
speak of it.
detected in another well?
It could, again, it depends on the groundwater hydrology, and, you know, where it's flowing, how big the quantity was, whether it a small amount, again, you'd have to characterize it.
The
Yeah, they're
site,
saying it was only picked up in one sample, but it all depends how far away those wells
Right.
are. I mean, if they're hundreds of
Right.
yards apart, you'd still have a fairly good sized plume somewhere.
So keep in mind, they need to file a new notice of intent for this whole project. Maybe they can, you know, call those out on one of the maps and highlight them, so you can get a feel
Right.
for where they located them.
I mean, we certainly don't want to, you know, if there is still contamination, especially with the human carcinogen, you really don't want it floating toward our drinking water supply.
No. Where is the well 3?
I'm just trying to see if I can point that out.
So while he's pulling it up, I just wanna remind everyone that they still need to, we're not looking to close this out
We're
tonight.
just
We're
trying, we're
resolve-
just trying to
Just-
sort
I'm
through,
going through
all
the
these issues.
action
Okay.
items of
So
what
we-
we came up with, what I couldn't resolve, what our LSP couldn't resolve. This is just an outstanding list, so we've knocked off a few of them, and I think we've represented a few of them that we're a little more concerned about, so during the notice of intent process, they can get us more information or clarify.
Okay.
There is no closing this out or closure tonight. It's
So
just
this is
discussion.
something we're still very, very concerned about, and that's going to be carried forward to the next part of the process.
Correct.
So we
Right.
kind of
Okay.
have made our decision, so I think we
Right.
can move along.
Right.
But I will,
Okay.
I will state that I'm definitely in favor of more testing
Yes,
Yes, we
absolutely.
all
with the
are.
wells.
Absolutely.
So I mean, the next, you know, for us to move forward, you know, once we agree to disagree or what have you, they're gonna have to withdraw this.
Yep.
Mhm.
And then refile a new notice of intent. And we still have the enforcement order open. Actually,
that's-
all the activities that have occurred there for the last decade plus have been actually under an enforcement order.
And that's still in force, even with the new NOI? Or do we have to
Yes,
close
it
that
doesn't,
out?
it doesn't go away. It's
Well, we can
it's
leave
a
it
layer
open.
behind it.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we want
That's
to
good.
continue this to, I mean, we can continue any time we want to June 19th, but
June
I
19th?
was kind of hoping that they would withdraw so we can get it off the agenda and we can still have these discussions if we want to have discussions under the EO, but just get it off the agenda so I can make the agenda look a little bit prettier.
So,
So we have to continue it for now until they give us a
until they
written request to
then
withdraw.
it drops off.
Yeah, do you have any idea when your client is looking to do that? To withdraw? Or we can close it.
I'll have to ask him about that.
So we're going to
Ju-
June 19th.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, we continue Tids Junkyard, GCC 2007-11 and 12 to June 19th,
7:20 and 7:21.
7:20 and 7:21.
We have a motion, and is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, it's been seconded to continue the notice of intent for Tids Junkyard, GCC 2007-11 and -12 to June 19th at 7:20 and 7:21 PM. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, all abstaining?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time.
I think that's the most productive meeting we've had in 10 years on this project.
Project.
Well, communication has been the problem.
Carl,
Hopefully we have a good
Em is
script.
here, if we can give her 10 minutes. She was pretty much first up.
We're not that far behind on the hearings. And we're going to jump into a business item before we open the next hearing. And I think we have Pam Merrill from the DEP. You want to come up and introduce yourself to the commission?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Pam Merrill from Mass DEP. I'm the Northeast Regional Circuit Rider in Wilmington. I work in the Wetlands Program, and I asked Steve if he could get me on the agenda just so that I could introduce myself to you, just explain what the Circuit Rider program is about so that you could take advantage of what we have to offer. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Circuit Rider program, but it was started back in the 90s, and there's supposed to be one in each region, or two rather. And through the years, it has declined. So there's one in the Northeast Regional Office, and that's me. And I'm here to basically help you administer the wetlands protection regulations. I've been with the department for 7 years. So I talked to Steve and John actually a bit.
Really?
She
That's a
she
bad.
reprimands us
that
more than
must be
talks to us.
Well, I
When
can
we-
see
when we-
him, not you, Steve.
When we mess up, this is who we get to deal with.
Hey.
You're down at 205 Lowell Street?
Yes, I am. Yep. Yep.
Used to be my building.
Oh, yeah?
I did the remediation of that building.
Good to know. So, anytime that you have any questions with regards to the regulations, how to implement them, if you have a procedural question or anything like that, I'm there to help you. I'm basically a mobile help desk. So
Okay.
anytime, if you ever have a question, you call.
He's gonna burn
And
her.
I'm also available for training,
can't
and that's
call her.
pretty much why I'm here
calls
today,
me.
in addition to tell you about myself, but to offer any free training that you may want. I had,
Is that something you can put on in individual towns, or you try and coordinate multiple towns together, or is that
I do
just-
both. I
Okay.
do individual towns. I've done groups where we've gotten some commission members and some agents together and done group trainings. I don't like to do too large of a training just because people tend to not ask questions when they get into a larger forum. So what I've done is I've put together just a quick one page of some suggested topics that I do provide training on, and I'll put it with my business card so you can have that. So that's basically what I do. Like I said, I talk to these guys quite a bit. I'm always on the phone answering general questions through email.
From John?
No, well, from John, from Steve.
Yeah, I bet
She
you,
also
yeah.
does some of the reviews, so some of the notice of intents that we have, we see, a lot of the comments are from Pam, so you see the
Right.
comment section, you know,
Mm-hmm.
didn't address
Amesbury
this,
in her
didn't address
cluster?
that.
Uh-huh.
We're also working on a joint training with Amesbury, but that's
Right.
kind of, it's been busy in the office, so we really haven't gotten a good time yet for that, but we're working on it. And you gave us some feedback on comments you'd like to hear about,
Yeah, which was
discussed
great.
and stuff.
And I appreciate that. Yeah, I did get some comments about what you wanted to learn about and everything, so I kind of incorporated that into this list of suggested topics.
Super.
So, like what Steve was saying, you know, we were trying to, because I had gone to Amesbury previously, so what we were trying to do is try to coordinate a mutual meeting. And if it doesn't work out where the dates just don't conform to your schedule, I'd be more than happy to schedule something else. I'm available at night during the day, you know, so after work hours. If you're available during the day, that's fine too. Also, on Saturdays, I don't live too far from here, so I don't mind coming down on a Saturday morning and setting up a training, an hour, 2 hours. I prefer not to do it on a meeting night because you're busy with your own agenda. But just to give you a little background history of myself, I've been a conservation agent in Amesbury and in the town of North Andover, so I do have experience working with a commission in that respect. I've also worked for a consulting company, so I have that experience as well. But I've been with the department for 7 years. And as Steve had mentioned, that I do what we call analyst work, where I do review notice of intents, RDAs, and ANRAD filings. I don't get involved in the appeal process, so my function is a little bit unique in that I can offer more detailed comments, such as some of the ones that are on your agenda may have been authored by myself. So you might not get as detailed of comments from one of the other staff, because I take this opportunity to provide outreach in that respect, so through comment letters. So anytime if you ever have a question with regards to the wetlands protection regulations, any of our policies, I'm always available. I'm I'm very quick to respond through email and phone, and I hope to schedule something with all of you, whether it be with the Amesbury Conservation Commission or separately.
That'd be great.
That'd be
Yeah,
great.
and that's all
Appreciate that.
free too, by the way, so,
And the way, I'm sorry,
no, go ahead.
and Pam's addressed the Amesbury Commission twice.
Mhm.
And the way that we've structured this is that the Amesbury group has been doing this with an eye toward Georgetown as well. And I've been working with Steve, Pam's been working with Steve to try to coordinate this. So what you have here is a draft agenda, I guess we can call it, of some topics. And this was put together through the input of our Georgetown commissioners and the Amesbury commissioners. One thing that I would like to, add to this would be like a preview of the open meeting law,
Mhm.
because I think that's important.
Yep.
A lot of us don't quite understand. It's one of those things that's always in the background, but it's really, really important. So we're trying to kind of coordinate. So one of the things we talked about in Amesbury is like, well, what schedule? How often would we like to meet? And we thought, well, it would be advantageous to take advantage of the summer hours, the long days. So I think we said maybe once every 3 weeks. Was that it?
Yeah, I think we tried to, I think it was every,
2 weeks or 3 weeks?
I think it was twice in a 4-week period, like not necessarily twice in 1 month, but just twice
Twice
in a 4-week period. And I think
right.
a Wednesday worked out better
A
for.
Wednesday evening. And then the issue is where would we meet? And we haven't quite, it's been up until this point, it's been Amesbury centric. So, we thought, well, okay, that's a convenient location. It doesn't have to be there. It's there, what we thought about is, well, we have a town facility, it's a modern facility, it would be available to us. And I don't know of any other locations in Georgetown that would
Camp
be
Dennison?
available.
Well, I think
Really?
also,
Really, John?
We could have liquor.
You don't, you can't think of one place we can go and have a conservation meeting.
The other thing is that Amesbury has more, I think they're more active and interested. I've only had one person get back to me that they're interested. So if you have 4 or 5 there, I think that makes sense.
Right,
Yeah,
but we,
you know,
but
I
we
have
don't
a
want to
car,
lose
I could
anybody
travel,
here.
that's fine.
If we need a CVS, there's more of them.
There you go.
Yeah, great. We'll have to figure out a better schedule or figure out.
I'm sure we
How
can
many
come up
times?
with a schedule and a location. Yeah.
So the draft schedule is now every, what was that again?
It was I think it was 2 Wednesdays within a 4-week period. And I think we were trying to shoot for like a June, July timeframe. So if it was like once in June, once in July, that would,
Are you
That was
meeting
work.
now?
No, we're waiting for
No.
you guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
We're waiting for us.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're waiting for us.
Team, I'm ready.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. So I don't know, what your schedule is. You don't have to tell me tonight, but certainly, think about it, digest it, figure out what your schedule is like,
But you're
in terms
thinking
of.
sometime in June, start
Yeah.
it off?
Yep. And then, hopefully we can, and again, if those Wednesday dates that, we coordinate, they don't work for your schedule, and you are interested in having training, again, I'm open to other days as well as Saturday mornings, preferably no later than 12:30. But,
Not a problem.
yeah. So,
Thank you.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
Yeah, appreciate
thank
it.
you very much.
Excellent resource.
Yeah, and that's the thing, a lot of commissions aren't aware. I have about, I think 90+ communities in my region, and I know pretty much all of my agents. So I'm trying to get out to a lot of the conservation commissions to let them know that I'm there, that I'm also available for, again, regulatory questions or anything like that, and then also training, so.
So maybe the next step then is for Pam to come up with use this agenda
Yeah,
with dates
sure,
and circulate it to both commissions.
yep,
And once we get buy-in, I can secure the facility
yep,
and go from there.
sounds good. Are there some dates that won't work for you, just so that I know up front, or days that aren't?
None that I can think of, but you mentioned, I think, July. Obviously, July is kind of vacation time. don't know if that's probably the best time to do
And,
it.
and for me, June 22nd through the
Yeah,
5th are
I think
bad.
I'm not available that week anyway.
Perfect.
So, okay. So then I'll throw some dates out then. I'll send it off to
Yeah, that's the way to
Steve
approach it, right.
and see if it works. And if it doesn't, then hopefully, we can coordinate at another time just to get some of the basics down.
Very good.
Okay,
Thanks for coming
great.
in, Pat.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much. It
Appreciate
was nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Really?
That's impressive.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Carl, we're jumping back to that East Main Street project.
Okay, we are going to jump back to the East Main Street project. I already opened that, so if I could have the applicant and a consultant come on up and identify yourself for the record, please. And this is now refiled as a new notice of intent?
Correct. They withdrew the previous
Okay,
application.
so I need green cards. Please.
You
I'll take it. Thank you.
I'm John Perry. I'm with Gale Associates, civil engineer on the project, and with me is Ryan Morrison, also from Gale Associates, and we're representing the Recreation Commission. Jim Demento is here from Recreation, and Elizabeth Wade is here as well. And this is the recreation project on East Main Street that I believe notice of intent was filed for a few years ago, I believe. Give you a little background on how we got involved. There was a design that another consultant was preparing.
Right.
I believe that's who probably submitted the first notice of intent. And since then, we've stepped in and taken over the project. And the guts of the project are probably 90% the same as it always was. We've vetted it, and we've tweaked and updated a couple things here and there. We've done a full stormwater report that was included with our notice of intent.
If I could just, sir, we do have meeting deadlines. And for you to hand this material out at a meeting,
We've had the application for a few weeks.
well, it's our responsibility to distribute it to the commission.
So, Laura, this is the 7:15 meeting.
Excuse me.
No worries. Yeah, this stuff was in. There's no-
There we go.
Thank you.
The we filed this in April 4th was the date. The half-size plans that Steve just gave you are dated more recently, and that is because we had made a couple of very small changes. We were also in front of the planning board with this, and we made a couple of very small changes just in the past week, and we wanted you to have the benefit of having the most current plans as well. And I can step through what those are. They're fairly inconsequential.
Well, kind of assume that, people aren't familiar, because we've got
Oh.
a couple new commissioners on this.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
On this project.
I'm gonna go through exactly what the project is, and I just want to kind of give you some
Yeah, that's fine.
housekeeping
That's fine.
comments. So some bullets here for presentation. I'll try to so that everyone can see. So this is the project site. This is East Main Street here. And this is, for point of reference, the United Foam. And this is the church. I forget the exact name of the church there. New Life Community Church. Thank you, Tim. And currently there is an asphalt roadway that comes in to service the church, and there's a parking lot associated with that. And then there is a fairly undefined gravel road that comes down a little short ways and comes into kind of wooded area down here. There are a handful of wetlands and pond areas in here as well, and they show up much better on our existing uses plan. But you can, just wanted to give you the aerial views, you can get a sense for what is out there now.
That's the 100-year floodplain of the water.
Correct. This blue hatching here is the FEMA floodplain. Project that's proposed. It's collapsing. So again, point of reference is United Foam, and then here's the church up here in East Main Street. There are, again, highlighted in green, various wetlands on site, and the project proposes to reconstruct the asphalt drive into the property and actually extend that asphalt a ways down the slope here, and then it will turn over to a gravel and crushed stone drive for the rest of the way. We are proposing a concrete pad for some skate park equipment with a gravel parking lot. And down here, we're proposing a Pony League baseball diamond. It's called Pony League because it's not quite a 60-foot diamond, it's not quite a 90-foot diamond, I think it's an 80-foot diamond for.
Has the size of the field or the parking lot or any of those areas changed from the previous?
No, it is not. No, the parking is exactly the same, except for one small modification. We actually angled this one row of parking so we could actually squeeze the drive aisle in a little bit. I believe that was to keep it out of the 50-foot buffer there. And we added a small amount of pavement to that gravel lot, only for the handicap parking spaces, to make those accessible, and we can stripe them and put proper signage on them. And we've done the same thing here with two of those parking spaces as well. We are, as you can see, trying our best to stay outside of the 50-foot no disturb zone. We've got the baseball situated in such a way that we can do that for the most part. There's a little bit up in this area. Where we are in that mostly is in this area of the roadway coming through. Clearly, this is the limits of the wetland there, so we're clearly up against that line. And there's a small portion around the parking and skate park area that would be in the 50-foot buffer, but that's mostly planting areas, restoration, and some drainage swales and rain gardens, things of that nature. So I'm going to step through our demo and erosion control, and then I can kind of zoom in on some of these areas to give you a little bit more detailed view of what's going on. The area hatched is proposed tree clearing and topsoil, some topsoil removal, and obviously in the roadway areas, and in the gravel parking and skate park area, would be removing topsoil. But in the baseball area, we would do some tree clearing and remove only the topsoil that's necessary to get the proposed grades to work, trying to keep most of that on site. There is some earthwork, there's some soil that is going off site, and there is some gravel and stone things that we need to bring back into site as well for this project. We're proposing silt fence and silt socks around the entire perimeter. And a stabilized entrance down here. Yeah, I'll step through our layout plans here. You can get a better sense for where we are in relation to some of these buffer zones and wetland areas. So this is, again, East Main Street, United Foam, the church, so we're kind of zoomed in on that front portion there. As I said, we're coming through with a paved roadway to a point right here. which would turn over to gravel. And this is the wetland line here, and this is the 100-foot wetland buffer in orange. So what our main intent was with that was to keep the pavement outside of the 100-foot buffer, and else would be pervious surface.
Now, this is being filed as an entire project, or I think, refresh my recollection from the previous year, it was just like the parking area.
Yeah, one of the whole thing permit, the baseball area was, one of the conditions talked about in the previous filing was the baseball area wouldn't be touched until that area was ready to be done.
Right, that's kind of where I was going with
Right,
that.
right, so those, yeah, so there's two main.
One filing with like phases to kind of, all right.
That's correct. Your point's probably going towards the tree clearing and stumping and all of that. You probably don't want, if you don't have to have the whole site that's cleared all at once.
Right, if
clearly
you're, or if
that's
you're not ready to do that part of the project, you're
Yeah,
just gonna
leave
have lots of
that.
erosion issues.
Exactly. That's the intent, definitely. Here's that parking area with the skate park, and again, here's the 100-foot buffers in orange, offset from these green lines, which are the limits of the wetlands. And I should note that these wetlands were flagged a few years back. These are the same wetlands that were filed with the original submission in River Environmental. I did think that the original flagging in 2008, and then had some updates in 09 and I think 2010 as well. And we were given benefit of that surveyed plan, and those are the limits of surveyed wetlands that we are using here.
That wetland delineation was confirmed by our third-party reviewer. I mean, it has expired, but it gives you a sense that the wetlands are, you know, they might have changed a little bit, but for the most part, they are what they are. So I don't really see the need to do another third-party review just to assess what we assessed a number of years ago.
Just another point, just so, as far as what you said in this sheet, the close point at the corner of the wetland, we actually, not as a mitigation, but as an issue, we purchased from United Foam, or was donated from United Foam, a quarter acre to try to mitigate that as best we could. The last commission's was, look, you know, you do the best you can, and United Foam actually gave us a quarter acre to try to get it to fit. I just want to mention that we tried our best to get as far away as we could there.
Thank you.
This is obviously coming a little bit further down the road here, so the parking lot is not where my hand is right now. Coming further down into this gravel parking lot with those two spaces that would be asphalt. And we're proposing also a small dog park, which would be like a pea stone surface. And this would all be natural grass baseball.
Refresh my memory from the past, this was gonna be like a limited access road down there, in other words, vehicles were or weren't gonna drive down there and down the dog park area?
Yeah, there's a handful of parking spaces here. There's 2 for handicap, and then there's another, I think, 8 for standard parking spaces. And I believe the intent is just some, if you don't want to have to walk all the way down with the dog, or if there's, you know, a couple of, you have a small child, and you have a parent playing, an older child playing baseball here, it'd be easier for.
How big's the dog area? I mean, what are the dimensions?
Roughly it's 30 scale, so it's roughly 40 by 100, 40 by 80.
Does the that
40 by
park-
90, John.
40 by 90.
Does that parking area have to be so large? I presume that's for like emergency vehicles to turn around in? That just seems massive.
Yeah, that's the reason that one of the reasons that we have parking is because we have that space for it, and
Yeah.
you do need that turning radius down here.
Okay, versus doing like more of a cul-de-sac with like, it doesn't really matter to me, I'm just curious the size of it, I'm presuming it's
Yeah.
just for emergency vehicles.
Yeah, the strange kind of bulk of it,
Yeah.
the shape of it,
Just-
is really because of turning movements. I think at one point, before we got involved, there was a circle in the middle.
Yep.
And the planning board's consultant had some questions about that, and
Okay.
it ended up being taken out.
Just curious.
Yes. So that's really the extent of the project. As far as the layout is concerned and what the intent is, I will step through the stormwater, and then I'll be happy to answer questions.
Is this gonna be a synthetic turf or a natural?
Natural grass.
For now. Probably get us through it.
So the front area here is currently at about a 5.5%. We're lowering that to 4.5% for accessibility reasons. Essentially keeping the exact same layout. This is a 20-foot wide swath of pavement, and we do have a sidewalk coming up through here that goes the whole length of this roadway, and we're proposing permeable pavement for that surface, the whole length. There's a high point here around where that parking lot is today that, so the grade goes this way and then at that high point it starts to come down
Are
here.
there gonna be any catch basins or anything like that in that,
Going this way,
back to the street, Main Street?
there are not, we've gone through that, discussion with the planning board and their consultant as far as stormwater. And the reason we're not proposing any catch basins is there's nowhere to tie in. The closest drainage in East Main Street is a few hundred feet up the road. In order to, we'd have to bring a drainage pipe all the way down the road in order to tie in that closed drainage. Consider things like permeable asphalt in the travel way. That really tends to get clogged up if they're not maintained very well. And same with permeable concrete pavers. And typically you use that for storage, detention, and infiltration. And in this case, we were able to prove that we're actually reducing the amount of impervious area with this design. There are some areas that we're actually taking impervious area out and replacing it with some vegetation, very small areas. And then the use of the permeable asphalt for the sidewalk, we're actually reducing that impervious area by not huge quantities, but enough to prove that peak flows will be slightly reduced from existing conditions. So as we get beyond that pavement limit there, where it switches over to gravel, the grades start to really flatten out quite a bit through here. And what we've done is we've brought a stone trench along the side of the road for pretty much the entire length, and the road will pitch to that. That'll pick up any runoff that isn't captured in the gravel drive, and that'll hold it and infiltrate to the extent practical. And in two places there are overflows, if you will, with level spreaders. So at the two low points, I think there's a third low point here.
Where does the gravel start for the drive?
Starts
Further up.
it starts basically right after the church parking
So
lot.
that's gravel all the way.
There's a gravel swath. It's a crushed stone trench. Was it 3 by 6 feet deep or something?
Shallower than that, but I think it's 3 feet wide.
It's pretty formidable, 3 feet wide by some depth of what it is. It's not stormwater, so we've used that to model for detention. And again, at the low points of the roadway, where that water would be collecting in the trench, if it happened to overflow, we've given it a controlled point to do so with a level spreader. It'd be a level curve set so that you have a nice even sheet flow and you're not creating any scour point discharges. In the drainage for the parking area, this is the gravel parking area, sheet flows into another stone trench. And the same thing happens over the concrete area for the skate park. Sheet flows into a stone trench where it's held and infiltrated, and anything that overflows this hatched area will be a vegetated rain garden. And then that will be allowed to, again, we've provided a couple of level spreaders in those rain gardens for any overflow to have a nice sheet flow instead of discharge. And similarly, the stormwater from the baseball field sheet flows this way into a stone swath that's just past the fence line. And it does something similar. It'll infiltrate and be detained and overflow into the natural ground there.
And the dog park, the same thing, it goes into a trench?
Yeah, the dog park.
Yeah, I want to hear about the dog park. How,
That flows mostly, the parking area flows either into the stone trench, or there's a small portion of that that flows just overland here, and there's no stone trench. It's basically from my hand down. It's a really small corner there. We wanted to get that to pitch back this way. But if you see here, we're in that FEMA flood zone, and we're keeping the grades low as we can so that we're not filling in the flood zone, hence requiring compensatory storage.
so what's the service of the dog park again?
It's a keystone. So that is kind of drainage in itself.
So we're having issues with the cars going up and down that road, weren't we?
That's kind of it in a nutshell, and you know, I could get into real nitty gritty, I guess, but I'd like to hear what the commission has for comments or questions. If you want to do that.
What's the process in the dog park for essentially cleaning it in terms of stormwater, contamination, E. coli flowing downstream, and dealing with that? What's the process? Or the plan process?
It's probably going to be a maintenance issue, I believe. I don't know exactly what the maintenance plan is there that's being thought up yet, but clearly you'd have to be very diligent with picking out what dogs do in dog parks.
Will there be a waste disposal area?
We've not planned that, but there probably should be something like that.
We're gonna have to do something. I mean, I've walked the North Andover parcel where the dogs walking and no one cleans up, and I've been at Groveland, no one cleans up in Groveland either. So,
Well, that's really why I asked, 'cause.
no, and I agree, so, and, I think the dog park is a first attempt at possibly, most people should walk their dogs, you know, in certain places, but if they're watching the game, they can put their dog in there while after they've walked, and if their son or daughter's playing, but the whole thing with dogs, and, I mean, we had the same thing with American Legion, and we're gonna have to have a maintenance plan, and probably work with Steve or somebody to develop one. Because like I said, the worst thing is to be, even the one in North Andover, all you're doing is you're walking out in the woods and smelling dog crap the whole walk. I mean, we don't wanna have, so even on the walking sites, we will have eventually trails going through this area. It's gonna be an issue that's gonna have to be resolved. I mean, you can't prevent people from walking their dog in.
You can't, but
No, and I have no problem with people.
No, I know,
just-
but
just,
it's,
you know,
I mean,
if we congregate everyone into a small area, just like.
no, I
everything
agree,
else,
so we should have a maintenance plan for that area that we should I should probably try to find something from another town and run it through Steve to see if it's or have the Gail do that, run something through Steve from another town to see
We're
if
just gonna have a field of landmines out there.
Yeah,
Then
no, I
the O&M plan should be submitted as part of the notice of intent.
I take the dog up to Algonquin, and it's really nice up there. They have waste disposal, but they also give bags, because people go up there, they don't have bags, they can grab a
Sure,
bag
Yes.
before they go on the beach.
We'll get bags and good
And it
signs.
seems to
We'll do
work.
anything that's required, like I said, I'm not, you know, it's not the dog's fault, it's the people's fault, and you gotta treat the
Well,
people.
I
that
agree,
do.
absolutely.
Well, just to be a matter of record, and we'll have something to do with it,
Sure.
and that's all.
Yeah, so we'll have to amend, there's an O&M plan in the stormwater and notice of intent, but seems like it needs a little bit of an amendment to encompass the what we need to do for the
Should
waste.
there be a rain garden around the dog park or something to, just to run off in case it doesn't go into the ditch? Because that's only covering one side. I know how it flows, but. It just seems there should be some.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. I think the idea originally was that, you know, it's a pretty sandy material out here, and if it's all pea stone, it should just infiltrate right through, and you shouldn't have runoff going through there. But that's something that we can definitely consider doing.
I'm curious, at some point in this discussion, I think a lot of these are really valid points. I'm wondering if it's too detailed for this initial discussion, and to see how my colleagues feel. To me, this is a complicated project. There's a lot of moving pieces, there's a lot of stormwater, and I think that this is right for a peer review. Under the Wetlands Act, our bylaw, and the Massachusetts Stormwater Standards.
How do other commissioners feel about that?
Makes sense.
Did we have a peer
we
review
have one?
the first time
First one.
that they,
We had
We
the
did.
third party confirm the wetland line, but there was never really a formal site plan produced that was stamped and like
Right.
detailed. It had like highlighters showing swales and things like that. So we never spent money on a third party review because it really was
I
not much to
remember
read.
that one.
But just Mary that did the delineation for us?
No, I think Jillian did our third party
Oh,
review. Mary delineated it in the first place.
So if that's something the commission would like to see, we should, maybe we should do that. Also, I'd like to, I'd like to give the applicant, some guidance of any changes like what we just mentioned. And also, those of you who haven't been out to the site, if you wanna go out there and take a look, I know many of us have been out there.
Does the road go back already? Is that already in place?
A portion of it, the road that,
Walker, you could walk it.
Yeah, I can take you out there if you want to go during the day.
That'd be
pretty
great.
easy to get out there. There's
Yeah.
some paths and things
Okay.
that you can find your way around. The road,
It's a fire road that keeps on going to the fire road.
it does keep on going, yeah,
It
it's.
goes to the pond, the first pond, it's a fire road, then it ends.
Somewhere out in this area.
I'm sorry, yeah,
Where I
the
can
fire road
actually
comes out
see-
to here, and hits the, right here.
Yeah, so they can mark it up better.
I can't see them.
You really have to look at it.
Oh, yeah.
So I think one of the comments was just a plan, maybe larger plans for the commissioners marked up. It's really hard to see the buffers. So for example, it took me about 5 minutes to figure out that the skateboard park is actually within the 75-foot. So that's a waiver also, but it took me too long to find that. For the commissioners that probably look at it as much as I can.
I can only-
Maybe like just mark with a blue marker just before I just hit the.
Colors are wonderful.
Sure.
No,
Maybe that would call out the spots, like the highest concerned areas where you're the closest or there's waivers being requested.
You got the pink.
I just had a quick question.
I brought it
Where the
back.
road comes in along that first pond, it looks like you're less than 10 feet away from your gravel to the pond. From a safety standpoint, but also, is that like a guardrail spot?
There is,
Is there,
yeah.
okay,
I
because,
thought
I mean,
originally that-
aside from
there
the
was a
safety
discussion
issue,
about that, there was
pond,
gonna be a
every
guardrail.
car in the pond can't be a good thing.
Yeah,
No.
this whole, once you get beyond the church driveway,
Yeah,
there's a timber guardrail along
There
the
is.
entire
awesome.
length.
I didn't have my magnifying glass.
Yeah.
Is
yeah,
there-
it's
is there a
tough to
list
see
of-
on those little
Okay,
things.
thank you, I
Is
see it
there
now
a list
back.
of waivers in this, statute?
There's not a list of waivers.
Yeah, I'd like to see, just to make it easy to figure out just what the, so we can just easily highlight them and know what they are.
Right, and I think that would be very useful for our peer reviewer to have. It saves some time.
Sure.
You wanna make a motion for a peer review?
I do, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to defer, and this does not have a DEP file number yet, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then we'll just go with our local number. To defer GCC 2014-09, a notice of intent for the Main Street Skate Park to a third-party review. I'm recommending the commission support BSC, specifically our consultant Jillian Davies, to conduct a review pursuant to the Wetlands Act, the Georgetown bylaw, and Dominic Rinaldi from BSC to conduct a peer review pursuant to the Massachusetts Stormwater Standards.
Second.
We have a motion, and it's been seconded for peer review for both wetlands and stormwater from BSC. Is there any further discussion? As stated by John. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining. And if there are no more questions at the moment from the commission, I will open it up to the public. If anyone has any comments about the East Main Street project. Are there any members of the public that has any comments? Please identify yourself, thank you.
Alan Olson.
Thank you.
Actually, I got one of your green cards, so I would think that means I'm in a butter.
I probably would correct on that.
But more importantly, I'm a taxpayer, and I would ask, I understand that you wanna get everything right, and it makes sense, and review the laws, because you don't know, you're not professionals in all of this area. But I'd ask that the commission, talk to your peer review people, ask them to go a little bit light. This is one town agency trying to do some good things for the town, and another town board trying to do the right thing for the town, just costing the town money within its own family, so to speak. It's not a developer that's gonna be putting in like a giant water park here or everything else. And I don't know the numbers, I'll be frank with you, but I mean, just cursory, this thing has been getting, huge amounts of money have been spent. And so, I know you wanna do it right, I support it, I understand why you wanna do that, but I think you could ask them, just kinda go a little light, and just get it done without.
Are you asking us, or are you asking the
I'm asking the
applicant to
board to use a
withdraw,
little
or?
consideration, because they're gonna be, peer review's gonna be working for you. But it's one town board,
We don't have to do a delineation review, so that saves a big chunk of money, so.
just a comment, you guys do what you want, but as a taxpayer, I'm saying this is, not just here, it's gotten out of hand sometimes.
With all, well, this is a very large project the town is proposing.
I agree with you,
We're
I
not
think you should
proposing
do
it.
the right thing that you're doing. But there's degrees of how far you can go. You take the $10,000 plan, $100,000 plan, $1 million plan.
Well, we also, in due diligence, wanna make sure that the money's spent correctly, we don't waste hundreds of thousands and then go down one track and turn
And
around
you're
and go
doing,
the
and
other.
you're doing a fine job of that, I just, like,
So we just wanna make sure it's done right,
I'm
everyone's
not
happy
arguing
with
with you
it.
about doing that at all.
And I appreciate your comment, and I mean, I agree, I mean, obviously, you don't wanna waste taxpayers' money.
Just a question, what's the time frame of the peer review? How long will that take?
Good question.
If you guys can get them to them tomorrow, they'll get me an estimate, and we can get it moving.
Get them plans tomorrow.
They're usually quite quick.
Are they?
I just have one comment too. When we bought this land, we worked with all the department boards to pick out the land, to buy it for the town.
We didn't buy it.
We bought some of it. We
Oh,
bought- yeah, we
the
bought
main
some-
chunk was
So it was
donated.
actually 3 purchases. We worked, the conservation took a portion of that, we took a portion of it. We presented the original plans with the idea, we went to the conservation, the original finances, if we do this, you see any problems. So we've been involved right from the beginning, trying to get as much input from the Concom, and we will continue to do so. But with the people who are here that are new, we were, from stage one, we let the Concom know what we're doing.
This has been vetted for a number of years. I think
Yeah.
it's really, we worked out a lot of the concerns we had and
This is,
issues.
that's really why we haven't asked this, those of us who are familiar with this project have already
Oh,
asked
yeah.
many of the questions before. This looks very different from the early renditions.
But the delineations, you said stay within these delineations, and we haven't changed we haven't changed the area, you gave us the area to work in, and we haven't gone outside that since the original project, that's all. You said, we'll be happy if you stay in this box, and we've stayed within that box. So, and we did and there was a lot of good work, we got United Farm to donate a 1/4 acre of land to help us with some mitigation issues, so, I mean, it's worked, I'm just saying, let some of the new members know that this, I don't want them to think we just proposed this major project today, and
No, it's.
throwing it at you saying we need a decision, we
Probably
don't.
been 2 years of work on this.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm really most concerned
7:30.
that we do have a look at the stormwater,
Sure, yeah.
really. I mean, I've seen this before. That's not new, but I do want to check to make sure that the stormwater is going to work
It's a flat area.
properly in a flood, zone
I mean, most of it's not in the flood zone, luckily, but it's a very flat area with,
with especially all the runoff from cars, et cetera, that's going to be coming down that road. So we need to make sure that that's taken care of properly.
Any other comments out there from abutters?
Hi, my name's George Canning, I live at 10 Lisa Lane, and I'm trying to kind of get a feeling of where the Lisa Lane property is in conjunction to that. Is there any way, do you have any map over there that would give that kind of a,
it's to the right, about a couple thousand feet.
oh, it's that far away?
Yeah.
All I see is a picture here, I got the
Yeah, yeah.
letter in the mail, I figured I'd come down and see what was
Lisa Lane, is that
happening.
the pond, by Pillsbury, off of Pillsbury?
No, this
No.
is off of Searle. So you
There-
got
there is
Searle
a-
comes up, and then Lisa. We have another project
Yeah,
tonight,
yeah.
Lisa Lane. This land was donated as part of a project off of Lisa. So this connects straight through to the middle of, actually just below Lisa Lane, on Searle Street.
Right, but behind, for instance, just behind my house, there is a sizable piece of land that is water.
That's the back of this wetland. This wetland goes all the way back, almost touching Searle Street.
Correct, so you're saying that between that field and the nearest house is a couple thousand feet?
But I think that part of it is actually Concom.
It is. Concom
No, it's-
is mostly below it.
Sal Halson's now,
Yeah.
1/8 of it is.
Well, that's north. That's more north, but roughly a couple thousand feet. Most of it's wet.
Okay. And I don't know if this is for the board, this board, it's probably for the other board, but there's some talk of putting lights and turning it into a late night kind of a place. Is that part of this board's responsibility, or is that a different board?
Different project, that was, I think, the turf project, not this.
Well, no, what the letter says, that I got, was that there would be lighting, there would be,
Right, just something like dark sky.
Well, certainly, we
You familiar
would,
with dark
we
sky?
would inquire about that as part of this.
Right.
If it's in our jurisdiction, it's just to figure out.
that's why I
where it's
asked the
gonna go.
question originally, if it was within this jurisdiction of this board.
Are you guys
The point
proposing
about
lights?
Lighting
We're not-
itself is a planning board thing,
Correct,
right?
but if, but if they're running cabling through resource areas and.
I didn't bring a copy of the letter with me, but it definitely said
Okay.
that lights would
Well,
be,
they don't show them on the plan, so I was just asking if they're proposing them. And again,
We're not proposing lights, we haven't discussed.
Well, no,
well, if lights aren't gonna be involved, then that's, as long as
Yeah.
it's written down
It
that
will-
lights wouldn't be involved,
if
I'm
it
happy
comes
with
up
that.
later, it gets addressed at another time.
I mean, the difference between street lights and field lights, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, we have no plans now, but 20 years from now, you know, I don't know if we're gonna have street lights there.
So that's a different project.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another time.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other butters before we move on and continue this? If not, I'm looking for a continuation date.
June 19th, 7:30.
June 19th?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to motion that we continue the East Main Street Project GCC 2014-09 to June 19th at 7:30.
Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second to continue the East Main Street project, GCC 2014-09 to June 19th at 7:30 PM. Is there any further discussion?
Just one additional comment, Mr. Chairman. The applicant is well advised to request of the DEP comments, if any, and we'll have our reviewer incorporate that into the review as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, all abstained. Thank you. And it being on or after 8 PM, I'm going to open up 11 Winter Street, ECC 2014-01, renovation of a natural grass athletic field, including stone base, earthwork, grading, drainage improvements, park renovation, installation of athletic lighting, and infilling synthetic turf. Let's have the applicant and/or consultant, if you could identify yourself for the record, please.
They made some major changes. We should discuss first. Just to get-
Steve, is there a AC control in this room?
I believe there is, but I think we're locked out of it. Cable company can ask. You want it up or down?
Like a little cooler in here?
Steve, Did they give these to us before?
You don't wanna make them flip?
No, this will be new to you guys. I've seen it, but again, you guys don't, we're not closing it out,
These people don't abide by deadlines anymore.
Yeah,
So what do we accept?
We got the information.
Can you go look at the AC controls for poor
Should it,
Carl?
but if they don't make the deadline, it should be continued.
He's violent. To the right of the door. 50 degrees. Oh, Steve's going.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I don't know, but he keeps moving that thing under his nose, and I'm getting a little perturbed. Love you, John. Mics are off, right?
No, they're not.
That's why.
Okay. Still have a lot on the agenda. Let's press on with 11. Winter.
Lindsay Barbie with Gale Associates,
And John Perry again with Gale Associates.
representing the school committee and the STAC committee as the applicant for the project. And we were here for the, I believe, March hearing, presenting the original plan. And since then, this is basically revision 1 to the notice of intent and the plans that go along with that. If you'd like us to go over the revisions first and then have a discussion.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah. So just to give you all, I guess, kind of an update since we met last. BSC group reviewed the plans.
Correct.
And we got comments, we got stormwater comments in writing 30 days ago, roughly, probably, I don't have that letter.
Probably 3 weeks, yeah.
3 weeks ago or so. We got verbal comments from the wetland reviewer, from Jillian. A few weeks ago, Lindsay and Jillian met on site to revise a couple of flag locations, and we did some survey location of those revised flag locations. Those were agreed to on site between Lindsay and Jillian, so we made sure that everyone was kind of on board with that. And I think one of the, I don't want to call it a major revision, but one of the revisions that we've done since we met last was been some site revisions to, we'll just kind of show them.
Just as sort of to finish what he was saying before, we received and responded to the comments we had received from BSC Group in advance. One of those being the comments from Dominic on the stormwater, and then we received verbal comments from Jillian, and we responded to those as accurate as we knew her comments to be at the time without having them in writing. And then today we received, and Steve forwarded along their, Dominic's responses to our revisions, and Jillian's, some initial comments from Jillian, her first comments today, and then some responses from Jillian for our revisions.
So I can go through kind of what we've done. There, if you recall, there from the last hearing where I explained that there's a retaining wall along this edge of the property here. There's a steep slope, and then obviously this is the baseball infield, and then your multi-purpose sports here, and then this is Penn Brook through here, and we're coming up close to that edge of bank. The revision that I was alluding to a minute ago was this this retaining wall was getting a little bit too close to the existing school building there, and the driveway that the trash trucks access was getting too tall. It's going to be very expensive, and what we've done is we've kind of moved that inward a little bit from away from that upper end of the slope. That's gotten a little bit smaller, and what that means is that we shifted this upwards a little bit, 5 feet plus or minus, probably a little bit more towards Penn Brook, than I think we showed you last time, in order to make all the field geometry still work with MIA requirements. So all the stormwater was essentially unchanged. PSC group reviewed that revision as well, and I think agreed that it was roughly unchanged, and it seems that they were satisfied with all the stormwater comments at this point. We got a letter back, I think it was today, from BSC group.
What are the outstanding issues?
So if I can just go over quickly, when I met with Julian on site, most of her concerns were related to the flagging of the wetlands. And what we had done originally was, obviously this is the bank along Pembroke. This is the bank along Pembroke, and originally we had flagged it as a top of bank, mean annual high water, and also a BVW associated with that. The flags were essentially a foot or 2 feet from each other horizontally, but we had 2 lines, and then the stream diverges a little bit westward, and then the BVW continues along the top of the bank. So she thought it would be less complicated and more in line with the situation out there is if we just had the mean annual high water and the top of bank along the bank for most of the portion, because that would incorporate most of the BVW in there as well. And then, so this is all mean annual top of bank, and then a small BVW area starts at the southern portion of Pembroke, and the stream diverges again in the same direction we had flagged before. She also felt that there was a small bordering vegetated wetland along the southern portion where the existing fence is today, which is essentially somewhat of a man-made shallow ditch that's been dug along the fence to route water in storm events kind of towards the brook. So she felt it was a bordering vegetated wetland, and so we flagged it as such. And then we had to add the buffer associated with that to the new revised plan. So although the locations of the flags are essentially the same along the top of bank, it's just the top of bank and then goes along to a bordering vegetated wetland at the end. So we had to slightly modify the buffer zones to go along with that. And some of her comments that appear to be outstanding are small issues with the way the buffers are shown, such as straightening out the buffer where the culvert goes instead of curving it around where we have the culvert under Winter Street, and then clarifying some of the disturbance within the buffers and within the resource areas themselves. So that's what I understand from a quick review this afternoon of what she sent us to be most of the outstanding comments related to.
They seem to be more documentation comments than real I think technical comments.
I talked to her before the meeting, just about a couple of issues in that little swale along the vegetated area, and she wasn't very concerned about, more dotting the i's, crossing the t's.
Yeah, right, so I think she wants us to clarify some of the actual disturbances and what our waivers are we're requesting.
We gave her a chart of different disturbances. Are we disturbing grass? Are we disturbing bank? Are we disturbing wooded area? And I think she just wants us to kind of clarify
more detail
those a little bit more.
Have you thought about turning that kind of that wetlandy swale instead of showing kind of like making it more, enhancing it, turning it into a rain garden? Because I'll be honest with you, if you guys propose filling it in, you're impacting a lot of wetlands, and you're gonna bump it up.
Right.
You'd be better off kind of enhancing it and
Right.
making it better than
Yeah,
impacting it negatively, because that's gonna change the game as far as the DEP regs
Okay, yeah.
are concerned.
Essentially, our only difficulty in that was it's from the property line to where the actual BVW is, it's a really small area. So to actually be compliant with a rain garden or something that is more of a BMP or type of enhancement to it, if you had suggestions, it's a really small area to work in for that, but
that's part of the problem.
It's something we had proposed. Basically, I'm not sure if you've seen it or walked the site, but it's a very shallow. It looks like just the edge of the field where it's dug down, but
Kind of turn into like a vegetated swale with breaks and have it flow in the direction of all your other BMPs.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, that's definitely an option. I mean, all outlets at that end anyway. We had provided, before it was flagged, we had said, this one area is between the edge of the new field and the property line, so we're gonna just at least put riprap down there so that water's flowing there and not just eroding something away, but then it was actually flagged, so that's something we can look at.
So, clarifying this with our agent, so really we're at a point where we need to remand the modifications back to BSC for a further review to verify that all the changes and all the issues have been addressed.
Correct. So I think we talked about whether they should just ask for a continuation or come in and explain it. I think BFC, there are technical issues that when BFC is done and you guys are ready to vote, you can vote. They did make I think a fairly substantial change that I wanted to present to the commission and get some feedback. Getting 5 feet closer when they were already pretty close. Again, the technical stuff, all the engineers will handle that. I don't even worry about that stuff. They'll resolve their outstanding issues. I just wanted the commission to be able to see the changes, and so that by the next meeting, if all the other BFC issues are resolved, then we can get closer to a vote versus then bringing up your concerns later.
Yeah, what is the distance now to the brook, Pembroke?
Yeah, so if
Close.
you can,
Very
Gotta move it from here.
This might be
This
the
was
best.
not did a slide that way.
So if you can picture the existing fence line that runs along the top of Brook, it's a pretty well vegetated top of the bank. There's some mature trees in the area, and obviously the geometry, I guess, along the bank is compared to the field. That you can see the edge of the field in white here. Makes the closest point to the bank is right at the center of the field, and it's about 5 feet there, and then it expands to beyond 12 to 15 feet towards the end corners and lines of the field.
One nice thing along that line is gonna fence it, so it makes a really good barrier for trash and for people encroaching closer. So, a good fence makes good neighbors. The one good thing about that spot is it's gonna have a really solid fence. Again,
So
they're
is
really close.
the area that's currently disturbed is that getting closer or not?
The entire field
This project
is,
versus what you have there now?
this project is closer. The turf field is closer to the bank.
We're not disturbing any
We're
vegetation,
not
though.
disturbing any additional vegetation, right? So the entire facility today is disturbed, is used as an athletic field,
So-
natural grass.
The landmark out there, I think the fence that's there now is pretty much the limit of work. You'll
Right.
replace that with a new, better fence, so the edge, the closest point to the wetland really won't change.
Right.
And you can make the argument, and Jillian pointed out a lot of them, that there's some improvements to this versus what's there right now.
Right.
So again, they're not getting any closer than what's already there, and what they are doing is technically improving it in a lot of ways.
Yes.
So, there's definitely two sides.
I'm sorry, improving it from
And
the
it's sort of
last plans we saw, or from the way it is now?
Current conditions.
Right.
Current conditions, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of erosion issues out there.
But you're stating that they're getting 5 feet closer.
Than the previous plan, but they didn't have pretty much all the information. When they did a little more geotech investigation, they discovered that they had to move
Right.
it a little bit.
That's
Again,
understandable.
it's no fault of their own. They didn't know what was in the hill and what the soils would be, so.
So are you offering any enhanced mitigation to offset
So-
the 5 feet?
So what we're showing now is, like Steve said, there's gonna be a 4-foot chain link fence, at the very edge of the field and the concrete anchor curb that goes around the field. And then, there's gonna be an openly, a seed mix that's gonna be allowed to grow without having any access into that buffer between the edge of the turf field and the existing fence line at the top of bank today. So that area is gonna be, seeded with a kind of a drought resistant and, durable seed mix, I guess, that's gonna be allowed to grow and not have to be maintained. And spectators and anyone at the field won't really have access to that site, so that's what's gonna be, left open there.
Some of the plantings up in the, by the parking
Yeah,
area.
as far as the parking lot's concerned, we're considering that, a minor redevelopment basically, because it's in its existing state today. We're replacing some of the pavement, a small portion of it, but it's basically staying in the same, geometry as it is today. But today, if you can picture what's out there, the pavement goes right up to the existing fence line along the bank. We're gonna cut that back a little bit and vegetate that and put some conservation seed mix in there. And that's gonna allow some of the flow from the parking lot to go into that small channel that's vegetated as well and be treated before being outlet into the brook.
We're also putting in a Fort Sentry unit, like a storm scepter type of unit to capture the water. It's gonna capture all of the water coming from the parking area. Today, like Lindsay said, it just goes into the brook.
Sheet flows, right?
And this is gonna go a long way with like TSS and oil and grit and things like that.
Can you just remind me, most of the water that ends up on the field is actually going to be recharged in the center of the field, and how much is actually coming off the edges towards the brook?
So as just a general kind of outline of how the drainage is working on the site, this is the upper fields, kind of come down from here and go along the slope, and currently today, everything washes onto the field, and it's really, a really shallow slope, so it takes its time and makes its way over the grassy athletic field that's there today. But in the future, we're proposing a trench drain that's gonna intercept most of the drainage off from that slope, and then take it to the brook that way, and everything that comes onto the field, which is not much other than just the field itself, will drain vertically into the stone base there before it makes its way through the stone base to the outlet control structure at the brook.
And it was, as I recall, it's a very small percentage of the actual water that actually comes off the edge of the field towards the brook. Am I
Correct.
right?
That's
Yeah, the
right.
vast
Right.
majority of the water that actually precipitates onto the field, it just drains through the turf into the stone base, which is 10 or 12 inches.
It percolates
And
vertically
it
down.
yeah, it
through that.
infiltrates through, and then we have some outlet control structures that will hold it back, and then it can overtop if it gets up to that level. And we're proposing a couple of head walls with level spreaders for that small amount of discharge that may occur.
Regarding the soil, how many cubic feet are you gonna remove, and are you gonna be removing any near the resource area?
So, for the construction of the actual field itself, topsoil can't, it can't be built on topsoil, so the topsoil has to be, taken up. And some of the materials from the construction of the wall, the granular soils from there will be used as, the amount of fill necessary beneath the field prior to actually building up the base stone of the field. As far as the actual, cubic yardage, I don't have that off the top of my head, but I could easily get that for you.
So, in summary, all of the soil that we can keep on site, all of the good soil below the topsoil is gonna stay on site. We're gonna reuse that. We've graded the site such that we don't have to truck any of that out. But there is, like Lindsay said, the topsoil, you can't build these turf fields on top of topsoil, because you need that drainage layer and you can't have the organics.
Right, I understand.
That's, I think that number of topsoil coming off is somewhere in the range of 5,000 yards, plus or minus. Something like that.
So what is the point of no disturbance in the project near the resource area?
What point are we holding?
Right.
It's, I think it's that fence line.
Yeah,
is that right?
it's basically the existing fence line of the athletic field. We're gonna be, between the new field and the existing fence line at the bank, which is 10 to 12 feet maximum along there. That's gonna be reseeded, but then otherwise the field takes up the great portion you see here. The only two areas where we're going beyond where the existing fence is along the top of bank is where we're replacing one of the outlet structures here, and putting in a head wall and riprap outlet protection there. And then installing a new outlet at the edge of this, at the bank, at the southern end of the site.
Do I remember last time there were some concerns about particles of the actual turf material getting into the stream and washing down? I mean, that
Somebody
does
brought that, I
go,
don't know whether it was in a butter
that
or
does
somebody.
go down to the shellfish beds out in Rowley. And the designer of the turf field said that there was a possibility that you could render it so that almost none of that actually entered the brook. Have you
Is that the rubber
that.
granules that you're talking about?
Right, the breakdown of the actual turf.
Well, the-
So,
Fibers.
This was brought up by an abutter who worked for the MWRA,
That's
Deer
right.
Island, and he also commented that it's essentially made of the same material that the water bottles are, and through ultraviolet light, there's a breakdown in this carcinogenic materials that would enter into.
Yeah, and I also wonder,
the stream,
worry
yeah.
about fibers ending up in my fried clams.
Yes.
So, given your proximity to the brook, did you build that into the discharge system?
Build that into the I think the answer to your question
The
is,
the trap for the fibers that might possibly break down?
I think the simple answer to the question is that all that drainage drains, vertically. So if there are small dust particles from breakdown from wear and tear from the turf or from the rubber over time, it drains down into that stone base, and it's got nowhere to go.
Except if it flows out.
Right.
How often do you predict that happening?
So there's, I guess, a couple things to talk about. We're talking about fibers, which are plastic fibers that over time, over years and years, will break down just because of the ultraviolet light. But the other is the infill, which is made of sand and clean crumb rubber. So it's more rare, I guess, that the fibers would leave the field. Like John said, you groom the field every now and then and pick up the debris. They don't necessarily fall out very easily, but the crumb rubber has the potential to migrate if the field is in a flooded condition, and if it's not controlled. But that's really not anticipated to happen. We don't really see that a lot, and the rubber gets redistributed over the field area itself.
Well,
Doesn't really
I am
answer your
remembering
question.
that, I know, it doesn't.
It doesn't at
I
all.
just am remembering the discussion with the man who
It was our boss,
sold
Bill,
us
probably.
the turf field, saying that, and I didn't bring my notes, but there was a town, Westford, I forget where they had engineered their turf field to capture all those little particles that might possibly enter the environment. Now, and I really believe that that's important.
Wasn't he gonna get you some data on that?
He was going to get me some data.
Did he get you
Steve,
data
did he get you any data?
Hey, Dad.
Okay,
honestly
so that is something I
Well,
really,
it's
really
an
think
action
we
item
need
they
to.
can get back
yeah.
to us on.
Well, it's,
If
it's,
you can
have
get to
a-
us-
have a
would be
look at
part
it.
of, it's part of the stormwater program, and basically you're trying to
Yeah, we can
capture-
have Don, we can.
Right, but I'm sure he had some special mechanism,
He had a
some
lot of
magical
things.
mechanism.
He had a lot of things.
He did.
What we've done in the past on certain occasions is you can actually raise that curb. So basically, what happens around the whole field is there's a concrete anchor curb because that's what you glue the turf to around the edges, and then the sand and rubber holds it down. Essentially, it's the ballast. But in certain occasions, we've raised that curb to stick out 6 inches beyond. So if you're worried about sheet flow, sounds like you're worried about sheet flow from this field, that could cause the rubber to wash away. What we've done is raise that up so that any of that does happen, which we've not seen much of that happening, would be captured in that curve and then just redistributed over the field.
Super. Could we just have more information on that? I want to find out what we were talking about
I'm
last
wondering if
time.
it's worth
I need to go
forward-
look at my notes.
I'm wondering if it's worth forwarding that to our stormwater consultant for
Okay.
review and comment.
I'm sure they'll get back to us on it. Again.
And as I remember.
Again?
But don't forget, we were also told that plastic was more beneficial to the environment than natural grass, because grass actually polluted through excessive nitrogen into the soil.
I know, it's just a different kind of pollution.
Plastics.
Affluent.
Plastics, enough said.
Yes.
That was from the graduate, if nobody caught that.
So there was also.
That's right.
I'm too young.
Showing your age.
There was also a question brought up of kind of mitigation as far as to offset some of the impacts. And at the first meeting, I brought up the possibility of some off-site mitigation. I did meet with Carol, a DA rep, and Lindsay a few weeks ago on some potential mitigation. Again, I know they've been discussing it. I don't know what the status is at this point, but I'm just going to give you what I pitched to them. And I've been here for almost 10 years. This has been brewing, and a couple other projects have been brewing. One of the things, through talking to National Heritage, is a concern about a lot of the activity out on West Street and the kind of overuse of those fields and the current conditions of the turtles' habitat. One of my ideas, just to throw out there to give them something to think about, is, and I've been saying this for 10 years, is lightening up on some of the West Street fields to give that back to a more natural habitat for the turtles, to kind of offset some of the impacts that we're seeing. And so this year alone, we'll have 3 large town projects, the school and 2 athletic fields. The one we heard earlier, it's 5 feet from the wetlands, a major pond, a vernal pool, as other things. So I just threw that out there, and it had mixed reviews because it's impacting. I know we're really hard up on soccer fields these days and athletic fields. So my proposal was to kind of phase it. So as part of this, condition it, or if they're willing to offer it, phase out some of the soccer fields at West Street over time. So as some of their other fields come online and the situation gets better, we
Give
can.
them fields some rest.
Yeah, and again, I very much acknowledge that the town is really short on fields, especially with the new school and losing a field. They're hurting. I get that, but I think I took that into consideration with my recommendation to phase this over time. And again, I don't know if you guys have come to a conclusion. I met with Carol earlier today, and we discussed it again. But so just bring that up there as mitigation, because the commission should be asking for mitigation for projects that have as much impact as this. And I know you guys are concerned about it too.
As far as I'm concerned, that was one of the main selling points of this project, was I forget what the increased usage this field
Oh,
offers.
it's great for that.
It's huge. And so we should be looking for that benefit to be passed on to our really delicate situation down at West Street, not only with endangered species, but also it's a Zone 1 wellhead.
It's our drinking water. Yeah.
So it's our drinking water, and we need to take care of both of those things. And that's a huge benefit of this project, which is 5 feet from a perennial stream, a riverfront.
Do you think that unless we ask for something in writing, like a percentage of the decrease of
Reduction.
use, and hit target percentages of reduction, if we just go on someone's goodwill, will we get it?
What do you think?
I think that's
No.
part of the process of, that's what we're here to discuss and figure out a way to
So
proceed.
I'm
I
wondering
mean,
if that should be part of and entered into the order, maybe as a perennial, a perpetual condition that, and then you reach a target, you determine a target percentage of decrease, and then it won't increase after that in perpetuity.
well,
Right.
I had like a 5-year plan, 'cause it sounds like a lot of these other field situations are gonna come online, and we'd be benefiting the town within 5 years. I'm not exactly sure how many fields are on West Street, but one of the phases was to like drop the little pony field up top sooner than later, and then in 5 years, maybe drop one of the other smaller ones. I don't know, I mean, how many fields are down there?
There are 3, Steve. I
Thank
can
you.
get that information.
Perfect. So, maybe drop that little one that gets, and I have no idea what uses. I'm just proposing some mitigation. Drop the small pony one as soon as this gets approved, and then in 5 years, drop one of the other fields. So they still get one field down on West Street, but they can kind of naturalize some of it. And again, it is our drinking water. Your drinking water. I don't live in China.
But if we don't get that
There
in
is
writing.
another alternative where the turtle researchers have been advocating for a long time to not use the fields for a 2-week period during prime
great
nesting
idea.
season.
That's a great
So
idea.
instead of closing down fields, can we just not use it when it's covered in nesting turtles
That's a
for
great idea.
a 2-week period? So that might,
Yep.
there are lots of conversations we can
Yes.
have.
There are some options.
And I think like the aerating and stuff like that, a lot of these turtles are nesting over winter and stuff. I think it's just a general, what they're doing down there is not ideal for, in our
Well, I
our
think-
zone wild and for
Right.
turtle habitat. 'Cause a lot of turtles are in their eggs form for more than a
I think
year.
a
so.
schedule or plan could be established, at least something of discussion.
Yep. I mean, it would be great if it came from you guys, but obviously we can work with some of the turtle scientists that are doing work down there. Laura's very familiar with that area. I can say some people that know the area even better than I do.
It's
but it's a discussion.
maybe it's worth noting that our peer consultant BSC has wildlife amphibian biologists on staff. Reptiles, thank you. And we're using them. We're using them in
I would actually save the town money on this one. We have some amazing, amazing turtle people, the best in the
John's getting
state in
bored.
this area. So I would rely on them before I'd rely on
Okay.
BFC.
I will,
We're going
open
to
it
be
up to
quiet
the
now.
public for comments. Are there any comments? Sir?
Hi, I'm Mark Perry, I'm from the GAA, and I'm also on the STAC committee, and I was in the meeting with Steve in reference to these fields, and I also was at the town meeting when the town voted to spend, I think, $10,000 or $15,000 to study this area for use, so that was passed. And I also talked to a couple of people from a water commission. In one of the discussions that I had, potential next well, we've always been waiting for the next well, right? The next well that's gonna come out, and potentially the next well to come out is gonna be closer to the middle of that field versus the end. But what I would suggest is, why don't we work with the water commission to give us what they think is a 5-year plan, instead of taking a top field or a lower field, and everybody in town needs to use the drinking water, it's a top priority for the town. But instead of randomly taking a field, or let's ask them what they think the next 5 years is gonna be like, and then work together to agree. In the discussion that I had with Steve, it's difficult for me to say as a GA person, in a 2 or 3 week period, that we can give up a field that we're using, 7 days a week. Right now, we got high school teams down there because we have no high school field. So we're in a really jammed situation. But the Water Commission, I think, should be the guide here for us on what they project is gonna be needed down there. If they tell us, then we have to abide by it.
Needed for what? Needed for wells?
For the wells, yeah.
Steve
I
and
think-
that was what Steve and I talked about today.
Yeah, kind of a
when we
joint
met,
meeting.
Was trying to get a meeting together between folks from the water department, folks from the GAA, folks from the school, Steve, and start a conversation about just that. What are the needs, what are the options, possibility, without any agreements made, right away. There's room for discussion, I think, and talking.
Yeah, I mean, the water department technically owns the land.
That's
You
right.
could tell you walk.
Well,
Right,
no, but they
exactly.
also have the final say over what happens to the land. So we can say, we
That's
really
right.
like X, Y, Z to happen, but unless the water department has,
Right.
but I'll be honest with you, turning it more natural, the water department's not gonna have a problem with it. The other thing is the water department doesn't have the same interest that we do. So having them come up with a plan, they should be at the table, but I don't think it's them, we're looking at turtle habitat, they're looking at their own interests.
They're looking at water underneath
Yeah,
the land.
so I think bringing all those people together and having the meeting would be very productive, so that maybe by the next meeting, we have our third-party reviewers that are all set, we can come to some kind of conclusion on this and come up with a plan. We almost could vote on this by the next meeting and move this on.
And I've been in touch with the Natural Heritage people as well, and they offer a pre-project consultation for free. So when we have plans and we have something to offer them, they can comment on it as well. And this is one of their prime study areas for a very endangered species, so we need to involve them too.
But I would personally view this as potentially a mitigation for some of the work that we wanna do
Exactly,
here.
right.
Now,
That too.
you guys notified National Heritage as part of this project. No feedback from them? I'm just surprised. Oh, this
Is
isn't
it-
National
this
Heritage.
National Heritage, no.
No,
Yeah,
no,
this
no,
is-
no.
Right, that's
Okay,
the other
I'm
one.
sorry.
It's
Laura
okay.
messed me up at the
Wrong
beginning of the
site.
meeting.
Yeah.
That's, sorry.
So, if I can get back to you, you're saying that the high school field's dead now, not
Yeah.
using it. So West Street's just getting used 7 days a week?
Yeah, we moved some lacrosse practices down there.
Okay.
We're the longer this goes that we can't access the high school field. In the fall, we're gonna be moving high school soccer down there. So that means we're moving our GAA till later in the afternoons or into the evenings. So, and as you probably know, we're missing 2 fields at Pembroke.
That's
We've moved all of our 8, 9, 10-year-old baseball out of town for a whole season or 2. There's no home games. So, we're in a real jam. The turf field will help tremendously. But what we don't know
Nathan's Jam, did we?
is, how much usage, how many games we can get on there at one time.
Yeah, but when the turtles start hatching, you gonna run around them or?
No, they put cages,
Yeah, well, you got a lacrosse and you got landing turtles hatching,
yeah.
that game's gonna get called off.
They've actually been moving the nest, when they nest in the fields,
Right.
they'll relocate it, so most of the active sites are out of player foot traffic, but they are in pedestrian foot traffic.
Are they legally allowed to do that?
They have all the permits.
Yeah.
They gave me permission to do it too with the permit. I know, they'll give them to anyone.
That's why they're endangered.
Probably. No, so they do manage the fields, the turtle folks
Well,
do.
that's only the nest, but once they hatch, if someone stomps on them when running around,
Yeah.
then they're still dead.
Well, often when they mow it, it's mowed pretty tight, that's not a problem as much. The backfield where the grass is higher, so it's a problem with the ATVs and stuff.
I think that's where the 5-year plan is really gonna help.
Yeah, I think-
Because it can't happen now, because you have things you need.
Yeah. And I'm not
And
opposed to
in
that.
the long term, we have things that, need to happen for our interests and the water interest and all of that too. So there has to be some kind of long-term solution, I'm sure we can agree.
Yep.
Laura, you wanna sit
We
in on that
agree,
meeting?
but it just, committing,
No, I've heard
committing
about them.
where that field space gets taken, from 2 weeks ago to tonight for a mitigation meeting, I didn't feel that we were able to do that. And again, in talking to some of the people from the water department, I said, would you give up this far field? And they said, more than likely, that's the field you're gonna have in the long run, because the tanks are gonna come this way, and you'd already have given up that field. So
Yeah.
why can't we all sit down, take a look at where we think we're gonna expand to, and then agree? I said, I think that's great.
And that could be variable based on what.
Yeah, at an early stage.
Right,
Right.
exactly.
Right.
I agree.
That's the beauty of the conversation.
Communication.
So, action items for going forward, so we can move this along. I think you guys got some feedback, work with third-party reviewers, and maybe we'll try to set up a meeting to talk about 5-year plan.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, we
and
don't
I-
need
I-
to 5-year plan with them.
No,
do we?
I looked past them.
Oh,
You
I
guys couldn't
see
see
what
that
you
one.
mean.
I was looking at people in the audience.
So there's a couple of, I guess, like we talked before, cross the T's, dot the I's with the BSC group on some of this stuff.
Yeah.
And then we can propose to raise the curb on the end there to mitigate that
But again, I-
rubber
I
runoff.
would-
Are there
I
any
would look
negatives
at
to that, though?
A
Like,
plan
is it a safety issue more?
down there is help mitigation for this.
Correct,
So
correct.
I don't wanna delay that or put that off in the future, say, yeah, we'll get
Yeah,
together
we're not
at some
talking a
point.
20-year plan, we're talking less than that, yeah. Does the curbing have any negative aspects to it?
Where we've done it in the past, we've been in the floodplain, so you can't actually raise it because the floodwaters can't come up, and we've had to put breaks in it and do other things around there.
Yeah.
But in this case, we're not in the floodplain.
Is that the big concern? Is
Yeah, typically.
Is it like more of a trip hazard?
No, because the fence is gonna go right on it. That's the same anchor
But
curb
isn't
that's
that
gonna
gonna
house
go
the
around the
fence.
entire thing?
Yeah, but
The
the
fence
Fence is right on the
it's
field,
literally
the anchor
cast
curb.
into the anchor curb.
And then also the,
Okay.
Yeah.
exterior.
Just making sure we're not
Yeah.
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 causing problems for the people
Mm.
using
Right.
the area.
Right.
I'm
As a
not
sheet
sure.
runoff,
I
right.
want to go
You
back to my
advised
notes
floodplains,
that I
I'm
took at
assuming.
our last meeting.
Yes.
Yes.
But if there was any sheet there.
I just say, maybe you could take a look at Triton, because Triton's putting the turf field right on the bed. Their football field, if you've been down to Triton, is becoming synthetic turf. So they're gonna get the runoff for the clams before Georgetown.
They gotta just
They
give
are,
up
they are right,
clams.
they are right in the marshland.
Yeah, we've done a handful of these right on rivers, and actually one of them at the Brookwood School, I
the
think,
testing.
near here, was closer than this to a river. And we did pre-project testing and post-project testing for water quality.
What's the results?
The results were
You're not gonna tell me-
identical, basically.
I was gonna tell you, you're not gonna tell me to prove them.
No, they were.
Well, they may have.
Yeah, they were fairly similar. I don't believe that we negatively impacted them at all.
Were you testing for particulates or some kind of,
Check the clamp.
Phosphates or,
or some kind of chemical? What were you
Crunchy, my
testing
clamp.
for?
Yeah, I wasn't as detailed involved with that process, so I don't know the particulars of what was tested for. Yeah, I know that the only reportable level of anything we found was actually upstream from the field.
Just for the record, the clam flats are, by the Act of Incorporation of 1838, are owned by Georgetown and Raleigh.
That's right.
So
We're
let's get the,
poisoning our own clams.
so we're not actually using the clam flats, but we actually have rights to own it.
good luck with that.
I took it back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. We're ready to move on, are we?
Please.
John wants to talk about it for another hour.
Any other butter comments on this project at this point? Yeah, okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I motion that we remand this back to the BSC group for the review to ensure that
Final review.
final review. And to be continued to
June 19th at 7:40.
June 19th at 7:40.
Second.
We have a motion, and it's been seconded to continue the notice of intent for 11 Winter Street to June 19th at 7:40
I'll take care of it.
PM. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you.
and a half off, not bad.
We still have a lot more to do.
It's still talking.
Being the owner after age 15, I'm going to, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break.
10-minute, 5-minute break?
Take a 5-minute break. 6:15, I'm going to open up, or continue rear Lisa Lane, 18 Lisa Lane and 44 Searle Street. If I could have the applicant and or consultant, and if you could identify yourself for the record, please.
Good evening, Jill Mann here on behalf of Turning Leaf and Artisan Development. Here with me this evening is Rich Williams, the site design engineer. I do have a question. I noticed that 2 members of the board are missing. Does the board typically do the, Mullen
Yes, we do.
affidavits? Okay, just curious.
And Murphy's Law.
Pardon me?
And Murphy's Law.
Murphy's Law? No idea what that is.
It's something we're always concerned about, and end up having a track on these longer hearings.
Yeah. I mean, I do keep track as well. That's why I asked the question, to make sure, because some boards have a policy pro, some boards have a policy con. So what I did to actually streamline, I think, the application, which, or I should say the meeting tonight, was to prepare a summary of the remaining issues based on some BSC comments, and then also on the comments of that were made by the board at the last meeting, just so it'd be a little easier for the board to get a response from us. So, I think I'm not 100% sure if did I give you 4? You have enough?
That was 3.
You have enough? Okay, great. Okay, so essentially from our last, I guess we can talk about Dominic Rinaldi's letter, because that is a very simple one to respond to. There were just a couple of things that were open in his particular letter, and those were both related to test pit logs that he wanted to have provided to him, and we in fact did do the test pit testing. We did test. We do have the numbers, and we're delivering them to Dom. And once we do that, it's evident that we comply with the stormwater, and he can confirm that to the board in a follow-up letter. So I just wanted to make sure. So those are the only items remaining for Dominic Rinaldi. With regard to Jillian Davis, her letter of May 6th that was supplemented by an email on May 8th, the open items were basically a review of the plan and the special condition setbacks, the definition of adjoining land areas, and the review of the table submitted by Rich, and then a general breakdown of the open space. We can take her letter immediately or out of turn, but then we also have, she mentioned about a vernal cut, no bound markers, which of course we're gonna do. The easiest thing maybe is to begin with the conversation regarding the Conservation Commission issues that were raised at the prior meeting. We did actually review the plan and made changes to the plan. And as you can see, these are actually the plans if you want to pass them out. We took into account the comments relative to snow storage. We took into account the desire to try and see if we could do a little bit more with the open space with regard to the access, as well as with regard to the improvements on the open space when we did the entrance point. In addition to that, we did actually have a reduction in the scope. We had taken comments from Jillian, which I believe had come from Steve as well, regarding lots 13 and 21, and did a little bit of a readjustment of the rear part of the property, excuse me. In addition to that, we did add an additional no-cut area, and Jillian had raised an issue with regard to the special conditions in the adjacent, adjoining land areas, and we did in fact expand the adjoining land areas to the 100-foot, so that we actually did maintain an additional buffer or setback and no-cut zone of 100 feet. And Rich is going to review those, and the plan before you does show those items. By the way, if you had not received, I'm not sure if you received the email from Jillian, but she had just a couple of misstatements with regard to where we actually had improvements or proposed improvements, and she came back and rescinded those comments from her letter in that May 8th email. In addition to that, she did ask us to do the breakdown of the open space, because I think she was a little confused, because she says that the table we provided in the open space was inaccurate, and in fact, they are accurate. I went back through it, and we can review if the board would like. At this point, I'm gonna return it over to Rich, so he can just detail for you the changes in those plans in response to this board's comments. Richard.
So, first of all, the snow storage areas, we provide several areas, one at each cul-de-sac, one at the intersection, and then another on this side, so that snow can be pushed from many different directions and stored off of the roadway.
and those are noted on the plan. The open space parcel, there was some discussion about the access and the easement that went through the parcel. That easement has been removed, and instead of having a paved access, it is now proposed to be a more natural, like a gravel or crushed stone access way, and it would be between these homes, and the access would go to the same spot that we had talked about before, which would allow pedestrians to walk through the open space over the intermittent stream there.
Would there be a parking spot out near the street?
There's 3 parking spaces out at the street.
Okay.
But as you requested, it's part of the main street, so that there wasn't sort of a disincentive. So it's clear, and we'll mark it, and we'll put signs as well, as was asked of us.
There were comments that were not necessarily at the meeting, but came via email regarding closeness of a couple of houses, one being lot 20 and one being lot 13. Lot 20, we were able to obtain another parcel of land, or a small corner of an adjacent property, which allowed us to pull the road away, thus pulling the proposed home and driveway construction away, so that we're not right up against the disturbance area. We've got about 25 feet between the back of the house and the 100-foot buffer, and the dark green circle that I have here, and it's surrounding 100-foot buffer zone. That's the 100-foot buffer from the vernal pool. Everything is outside of that. We've also pulled all of the work adjacent to that outside the 100-foot buffer to the wetland that's around the vernal pool. So we are outside the 100 feet in that location. We reworked the lots between 7 and 15 and reduced a lot. I think that was it 13 or 12 that there was some concern about its
13
distance?
was in the email and in
Okay.
Jillian's letter as well.
Okay. I think
It was
14. I think the lot number was 14, but we cut a lot out, so now it's 13. Got ya. So that house was backed right up to this buffer zone. Correct. That was one that I originally Right, noticed. so we reoriented the houses, took a lot out, pulled this circle away from the wetland, and in doing that, we're able to move that house away from the vernal pool and its buffer zone. We were also able to, in doing that, reducing the number of lots, to pull the work in the location of this circle away from the wetland, and for the most part, we're out of the 100-foot buffer zone. There are a couple of small spots that we would be in the 75 to 100 with the home construction, but for the most part, it's out. So that freed up that space.
Did you say you dropped a lot?
Yes.
Right, that?
So over near where the new access road is, you've actually, correct me if I'm wrong, you've pulled that further than the last plan?
Yes.
This area, which is adjacent to the G series, stayed the same. We pulled the road in this location, which is further down the road from that. This we pulled, I don't know, about 30 feet away from the wetland. Also have added some additional space to the open space, so that there's a connection between land over here and the parcel that we had shown before and the current town of Georgetown property.
So it abuts, it actually touches our current Georgetown open space property?
Yeah, it did before.
Where does that happen?
It did before, down here.
So what is the total open space gone up to now? Is it, there was a 13 something before?
Total open space.
The total open space is 637,503 feet.
14.6 acres.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we picked up some upland and some area some area outside the jurisdiction.
Yes.
And 9.6 acres of upland now is included in that. And a little over 1.8 acres is outside the jurisdiction. So I think with these changes, we've addressed the comments that we heard last meeting. We do understand that that we've got to get an updated letter from Jillian Davies and Dominic Rinaldi.
Yeah, also just when you, marking out the vernal pool bounds, that easement to the open space, just maybe bounds every like 20 feet. Because what happens is people mow across it, and next thing you know, 5 years later, the public doesn't feel comfortable walking down someone's lawn. So if it's
Didn't you
if it's
say it would
marked.
be gravel?
Yeah,
Did you say
but
that was a
that-
gravel path?
But it gets filled in with organics, the grass
Right.
eventually
Yep.
grows, a butter pushes some soil, next
Yeah,
thing you know,
we've
it's
had-
not
we've had
there.
that
I just
before.
had a lot of issues, so I'm trying to manage my life.
Right, we don't even.
So you're
we-
saying just markers along that
Both
easement?
sides, yeah, so if it's 15 feet wide, every
Right,
20 feet,
so,
just
so
a
we
mark.
don't have someone kind of a number of years claiming it on their own and putting a shed on it and saying,
Yeah.
oh, we've actually had that happen.
It's just
yeah.
we have
Yes,
parcels.
I've seen that happen.
Granite?
Yeah.
So our standard granite markers would be,
The same thing they're gonna put around the no cut, for the
right,
vernal pool.
I believe they're 4 feet with 2 feet subgradient.
So at what point are the bounds at the 100-foot?
Whatever the regs say, I think it's every 30 feet or on the bend, if there's any turn or angle, so on
Sorry,
the
is
straight, it's
it,
30 feet.
what buffer?
Oh, sorry, the 100
line?
foot, 100
It's at
foot
the
no cut,
100,
no disturb.
okay. Because the 100 is awfully close to a lot of your houses, so.
Well, that's why the email he was referencing, when you have 15 feet from the vernal pool, 100 foot to the house, and you have a 100-foot pine tree right there, again, I'm trying to make life easier in the future too. People are gonna get moved to these houses and presume they can cut the trees down. 2 years later, when the trees swing over their house, when they start falling, after development, they always start falling.
We've had situations
Some
where
real problems.
houses have been put like within 5 feet of the granite bounds. And of course, the people
right.
want a backyard and they're howling for, year after year, why can't I mow this whole
So I mean,
thing?"
I even consider 25 feet tight, but it's a lot better than what it was.
Right.
Again, I haven't had a chance to look this over and measure stuff out, but it's definitely better, but it's still like lot 12 is pretty close. I mean,
Is
there's.
that the sort
it's
of
all
thing that
relative.
goes in before the houses are sold?
Um,
Because
we
that
we
needs to
condition,
go in.
What we do now, because of that problem, is we condition it. When the silt fence goes in, the no-cut bounds go in. So it's out there
Okay.
day one.
Right.
So if you
Right.
start selling a lot off,
So
see
you
them.
don't move into your house and
Yep.
suddenly discover,
And-
whoa, it doesn't have a backyard.
What happens is they get run over by the bulldozer and stuff. That's kind of not our problem because there's so much of that happening where they put them in after the house is sold. So now we condition them to go in with the
Okay,
silt
great.
fence. When it's
Okay.
installed, the bounds go in.
That's great.
It's conditioned as such. You can put it on the plan and save me writing an extra condition.
Sign off the COC with
Not
that.
a lot.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it also protects the potential buyer, like you said.
Totally.
Now,
Yeah.
just
Absolutely.
throw this
They're
other
the ones
question.
who come in all unhappy and they want us to fix it
Right,
and
yeah, yeah.
it's not our problem.
We've had developments filed as multiple NOIs only because of they've gone in a phased approach and
Mhm.
you've had situations where somebody's trying to buy and sell a property.
Close out on a deal.
And the whole development isn't sold, so there's no way they can get a COC.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to
This-
happen there.
We have not applied for the lots here. We've only applied for the road and the drainage system.
This is a road, well, I'm, well, since I see house lots and all this.
We put it on there, but we were instructed not to include them all, and I agree with it. It does become confusing down the road. We expect to file individual notice of intents for every lot.
Okay.
However, we have a limit of work that we're willing to live with, and we can put the granite markers there as part of the original subdivision, and then we can live with that.
Okay.
What about phasing? How does the commission feel about phasing of the project?
You kind of have to accept phasing on a project this scope, because they're not going to build 20-odd houses in 1 week. They can't under the building code.
Well, one of the issues that I've come across is that a developer will come in, they'll clear cut, and then all of a sudden, whoops, we don't have money, we'll be back in 3 years, and the site sits.
Yeah, we've had that here too. Mhm.
No, we've had roadways abandoned that way that
Right.
nobody really owns.
So what precautions to the order could we take? We simply would say no phasing of the project.
Well, we expect to
Build it at
have the road constructed as one phase, and then individual lots would be cut and built as the market allows.
As they're sold.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
So so maybe something along the lines of no clear cutting the entire site.
Yeah.
Only
That's fine.
per site
Yeah,
as,
I would be in favor of that.
Yeah.
versus
As
just
we
going
go
in with a
forward with the
bulldozer and just
roadway.
wiping the whole south,
Yeah.
And then we've got, erosion issues in perpetuity until
Yeah.
the houses are ultimately built.
right.
No, we have
Neighbors
no
get
problem
upset,
with
justifiably so, and that can be prevented.
And considering what a slope this is on, if this were clear cut and we started having an erosion situation, that would be a big problem coming down this hill.
So
Towards the
I'd like
wetland.
our agent to start thinking about that and coming up with some verbiage in our order of conditions. Yeah, that's you.
He's good at verbiage.
Plenty of verbiage.
As part of this, would we want to have the applicant try and certify, investigate whether we certify the vernal pool? Or-
Yeah, we've done that in the past.
I think so. I think that would be appropriate.
No,
No, I think we
Should've
can,
done that last month.
I know that, I saw that in an email somewhere. We would not have a problem certifying the vernal pools.
We'll only certify one
I'd
that's on
rather,
our property.
I'd rather have it be a condition of the order saying that it needs to be done and have us do it, because I think if you're providing funding for someone else to do it, it becomes much more complicated and probably more expensive.
I don't think it's that expensive. I don't think it's that difficult, but I understand what
No,
you're
it's, I'm saying it's not difficult. We would,
It's
we
not
would,
difficult if they do it. They don't want us to go and hire someone on their dime to do it. They feel like they can
Right.
do it
Yeah.
more efficiently,
Oh,
cheaper
yeah,
than us
it's,
doing
it's,
it.
it's largely.
it's much easier to get
Yeah.
them certified than get them not certified.
But it's only one, Rich, because we only have one on our property.
Not two.
two.
There's two on our property?
Well,
No, you can't certify something that's
with,
not on
with
ours.
landowner permission.
Yes, if we can, I mean, that's my point, though, we can't warrant to someone else's land, we can do, the one that's here, absolutely, not a problem. But the other one,
Landowners,
it's not
we can
our,
ask the landowner.
we don't have the authority
Oh,
to
so
say
that's
it.
the edge of your property line there, that vernal pool?
Exactly.
Yeah. With permission,
Yeah,
you
well,
can.
I would
So
understand-
just
I
some
would
written.
understand that. It's not your
So,
property.
exactly,
Unless you come in with a letter saying that the.
they said, okay, fine, but it's not us, yeah.
So, so where do we stand? We stand to remand this back to BSC for confirmation.
We're going to send a reply memo back to Dominic and Jillian based on their most recent comment letters, and include the updated plans and expect a response from them.
But we don't really anticipate any controversy or any difference of opinion.
Well, we're not done with the conversation yet. I have one kind of.
And before we go to that issue, could I ask, this really wasn't in our jurisdiction at all, but there was a concern that was expressed by, someone who lived down below the development about the water that might potentially be put onto her property. Is she on Sawmill, on Rosemary?
Rosemary.
One of those,
Is this-
really?
Is this Chris the Buck?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Did
we've talked to
you-
her.
Did you help her?
Yes.
Yes, I met with Ms. LaFlaca, and she said she actually was supposed to write a letter to the board saying I met with her, and then I would work with her outside of this venue to help her with her situation.
Sir, who are you?
I'm Tom O'Connell, the applicant.
She didn't deliver a letter?
I didn't see it.
And how are you helping her? Could you explain the issue for the record, and then?
Sure.
Okay.
So she, I guess, has some issue with some beavers or something backing up waters backing up the water, so I basically told her that, you know, we feel very confident that we've got our stormwater under control, and that we're not gonna push any more water in her direction. But as a courtesy, if I got approved, that I would meet with her and see if I could somehow help her with either the engineer's help and see if there's a way that we can help her with her situation.
And
Basically,
her-
up to how and what, I have no idea.
And her situation being the beaver? Oh, flooding.
Flooding.
Water issues.
And she's very good. She's concerned that removing all of the trees and everything from that hillside is going to increase the runoff down into her area, which is down this cliff. And we've seen that happen before.
Just
That happened
fine.
under Bernay Way and a number
Absolutely.
of other places. So that is a very valid concern. She's concerned that she's actually going to lose the use of her property.
We've seen similar in a number of different developments. I mean, if you look at the amount of water volume that a tree sucks up every day, significant.
We
can
have
make sure-
had people lose the use of their property because of development that took place uphill from them. So that was a very, even though she's not in our jurisdiction, that's a very, very big concern of the
I mean,
effect.
it is of ours too, that's why we, you know, that's why the
We're
stormwater guidelines
required
have
to
been
mitigate
changed,
the
too.
effects of our development, and that's
Right.
why we do stormwater management. That's why the board hires a third-party consultant to review the stormwater, so that it can be confirmed that we made the right assumptions, and that's been done. Her problem is related to the beaver activity, and the beavers have backed up the water, and that's why the water keeps rising, because of the beaver dams that have been created out in that wetland system.
But it wouldn't help if there was more water coming down the hill
No,
as
for sure.
well.
I'm not saying that's not the case, I'm just saying that.
That was her
the-
concern.
Okay.
Can we talk about adjoining land areas?
I think that was your,
Please, go ahead.
but it's up to, I mean, that's,
Yeah.
I have my opinion.
I mean, yeah, Jillian brought up an aspect of the regulations that's not very clear. And we have not been enforcing this aspect of it up to this point.
Which is essentially if you're within the 100 of
Yeah.
a,
So the,
vernal,
the,
you've got
the,
special conditions of other resources.
again, you can interpret the regulations any, different ways. The way that Jillian and I are interpreting this is that it's important to protect, it's a concept in general, to protect land near vernal pools. So we have special conditions, no cut, no activity, 100 feet. The way I read the regulations, it suggests that there's actually additional protection to wetlands that are connected to that vernal pool.
Feeding, feeding
So,
on sense.
again, say there's a vernal pool, often there's a wetland that goes 10 feet beyond it. So this argument is that the 100-foot starts at the vernal pool, the wetland edge, not necessarily the vernal pool, and that's a solid 100. If you have a 5,000-acre wetland with a little vernal pool in the corner, obviously, it's not special conditions for the whole wetland. So there needs to be some discussion by the commission to kind of better understand that part of the regulation. I think it just needs to be clarified with a kind of a policy or procedure, how the commission wants to proceed with, related to that activity.
So again, I mean, the regulations aren't supposed to expand the bylaw, they're supposed to help us interpret the bylaw, and it really depends on how this commission interprets our regulations. If you have different people, they may interpret it differently, but it's our interpretation, this sitting commission, and how we handle that.
So what Jillian and I came up with, just as a general, really quick and dirty, how you determine that, draw a 100-foot circle around the vernal pool, and any wetland within that area then would get special condition setbacks, no cut, no activity, 100 feet. That would prevent the concern of a 5,000-acre wetland being special conditions just because of a little vernal pool in the corner. So you're trying to protect, more protection to the wetlands closest by the vernal pool. So you just kind of do a second 100-foot circle around it, and that would be special conditions on all those wetlands also. But it was just a quick and dirty idea. Make it smaller, larger.
Is that wetlands that are not associated with the vernal pool, or is there another condition for wetlands which are actually associated with the vernal pool?
I mean, I think it's a hard thing, when you say associated.
Linked, connected.
I don't think it should matter, because it's a biological, it's their habitat. I think within 100 feet of a vernal pool is fairly well defined, and if there's a there's no wetlands, whatever that direction is, north of this site.
There's gonna be some synergy if you've got
Yeah.
some.
Uh-huh. If they're
Resources very near
connected,
that.
exactly, there must be some way that they work together.
Yeah. I guess I'm not understanding exactly what you mean by that question. I mean,
Okay,
if it's a
so
wetland
I
that's
guess-
associated with
I
it.
guess this is my question. Excuse
It's
me.
physical, is it physically connected or it's,
So this vernal pool here,
Mm-hmm.
I believe, is connected to this wetland here.
And it also goes down and all the way back to the back of the property, kind of my
So-
5,000 acre
so
argument.
this is a standalone
Mhm.
vernal pool, and so your 100-foot would find any
Yep.
random
Yep.
wetlands
It would probably,
around it.
it would
but
probably pick up
this-
that little wetland.
These are actually connected, hydrologically connected.
Well, they're
and
actually
so
all.
working together.
It's also connected to the one below you too, right? That all that wetland down below is all interconnected also. So I guess it doesn't matter if it's connected directly or isolated like that one behind you. Either way, it gets additional protection to the
Okay.
surrounding resources. So that right vernal pool, the 100-foot, I didn't mark it out. It might pick up that little wetland to the south.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really impact anything. But
No.
so if it picks up a wetland within 100 feet by this proposal, my suggestion, Jillian's suggestion, just as a way of picking a distance out to protect. That was just what we came up with really quick.
Right, but that 100-foot should not be arbitrary or capricious.
Correct.
There needs to be a scientifically based reason for it.
And we haven't set it precedent, right?
Well, I think it's one of those things we've never acknowledged that this was something that needs to be clarified. So yeah, we've never done this before, but that doesn't prevent the commission from doing it. That's more, it has come to the commission's attention and you get to
Well,
do
I mean-
to figure out how you want to proceed. And
right, and I think most people will admit that, that even 100 is a bare minimum protection for any vernal pool. You really should be probably more than that.
It
Plus-
should be, considering what they are, but of course, the developers feel different, of course, but.
Because the animals that are living in these things don't know.
Go too
just-
far. They
just
don't go
stop
too
at
far.
100 and say, oh, I can't go beyond that, I guess.
No?
There's a sign there, it's
Flags.
against the rules, I can't go.
They
gotta
can't
stay
read
on
the
surface.
flags, that's the
Stone
problem.
walls.
Well, you can train turtles, but they sometimes don't always follow the rules.
So I guess to clarify my question, the 100-foot with an isolated vernal pool, but what about a vernal pool which is linked to a wetland where they may potentially be working together,
My
even though that
interpretation, that would
wetland,
also be applicable to that.
yeah,
right?
it's not that detailed in this. This is just suggesting additional protection to adjoining wetlands.
I mean, it's
But do
area
you,
that's
do you
in
get
a-
my, there
I
are
do.
two different things I'm looking
Yeah,
at
I
here.
know.
The isolated vernal pool and the vernal pool which is linked into a wetland system.
Again, it's already area that's in our jurisdiction, we're just interpreting
Right,
the level of protection
protection.
on those areas already in our jurisdiction.
exactly.
We're not saying,
So,
okay, it's
are we gonna
500
hold
feet
to the
around.
100, or are we going to go with the wetland boundaries? Right?
What do you mean the wetland boundaries?
Well,
The additional
with a
wet-
vernal pool, it's a solid 100.
Yeah.
Whereas with a wetland, we can take it to the 75 or whatever,
Well,
but we don't do that with a vernal pool.
Under special conditions, the setback off of the additional protected area would be 100 feet. Under the special conditions setbacks section, it would be bumped up to the 100-foot, no cut, no disturb.
Right.
On the
Again,
wetland
It's
associated.
already under our jurisdiction, it's just our interpretation.
I
of-
understand,
Yep.
but instead of allowing some sort of work to take place in the 75 to 100, we hold it to the 100 because it's linked to a vernal pool.
Correct.
Right. Get what I mean?
Sorry.
Okay.
Took me a minute to catch up with that.
It's late,
Yeah, we are running late on this one, by the way.
I know.
We have 3 more longer discussions and pile of paperwork, and we probably still
So,
have
yeah, I
butters
need to
too.
open this up to a butter comments too. While we're,
We also need to kind of give that whole discussion some closure too. I mean, you can be like, we're not gonna address it, or we need
is
to
that
address it, we
something,
need to come up with
does
something.
does the commission agree with this concept?
The concept being,
Where it be
What
been
we've
for the
been
past
talking about
15
for the
minutes?
past
well,
15
the two
minutes?
sides. Yes, the concept we agree with it, or the concept we don't agree with it. The concept that we agree with it, yes.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
It's late,
So
Mr.
what,
Chair.
well, I'm sorry, what is the concept we're agreeing with?
It's
I'm sorry?
the commission clarifying their interpretation of the regulations to come up with some sort of procedure or policy of how to move forward with this, adjoining wetlands and what you guys feel comfortable doing as far as the setbacks in that area.
Again, it's already under our jurisdiction. So it's the commission's interpretation of its own regulations. And really, we do that all the time.
But most of them we've been doing for the 10, 15 years we've been here. We don't think about them anymore. This is kind of something that's just came to the head recently as an area that we probably have not been enforcing that does exist.
No, but I
think
mean,
it's interpretation.
as I was one of the individuals who helped write the regulations, I mean, what we were trying to do was really codify setbacks instead of, one hearing going one way and one hearing going another way. So we're really trying to define consistency. That was the whole point.
So, if that is true, and we're going to hold that, then this 100-foot buffer to this linked,
So can I just get a definition? So are we saying, adjoining, I still don't, there's no clear meaning yet. The adjoining land area, what you're trying to say is we expand the special condition setbacks to the extent a wetland is connected to the vernal, I just want to make sure I
I
understand
think you'd have
it.
to apply it to the skate park as well. You'd have to apply it to the skate park, because this wetland's attached to the skate park. It's a pretty big wetland system.
But that's why I'm suggesting just going out 100 feet. We're not talking special condition setbacks on the 30-acre pond out at the skateboard park or here. It's
I'm just saying, where do you stop the connection? When you
100
say-
feet out.
Well, that's what we've done.
No, but I just
The
want to.
additional, so it's out 100, and then the wetlands that are within 100 feet of that get put into the special condition setback category.
So I guess my
just trying to
question is,
understand it.
say we've got the 100 here, and this intersects this wetland.
Yes.
Right? And this wetland is this big.
Yep.
Where does
100
the
feet.
100 end?
No, but wait, that's not what they're saying. They're
100
saying
feet
that
from that
wetlands.
line. So
connect-
draw a
So it's
200
100
foot.
feet from here.
Yeah, a 200-foot buffer. You could look at
Oh,
it as
you
almost
can't
a
do
200
that, you
from
can't.
the.
No, you can't expand your buffer to 200. I think your point is more, I'm trying to understand, because I think you probably have the one that's the most enforceable within the confines of your regulation. That's why I'm trying to understand. So if we have a wetland, so if I'm just gonna draw a silly sketch, just so I make sure I understand, here's your vernal pool. You're saying, to the extent I have any kind of wetland, and I connect, then my buffer to this wetland expands
To 100.
within 200, if it's your regulations say within 200 feet, so it must mean you can go, to your point, if it's 100 feet out, you'd stop the connection to that particular wetland within 100 feet. Is that what you're saying?
I have no
Could you
idea.
s-
I have
could
no
you-
idea what you just said.
Could you
so.
point it out up
Well,
there?
you said
what you think
exactly
you're
what you
talking
said,
about?
except with using your definition with regard to linked wetland.
So this one's cleaner because it's all by itself. So say this wetland right here is within 100 feet of this edge. The wetlands, just say that's the line. It puts this wetland into special condition setbacks where it's 100 foot solid off of this wetland.
Okay, wait,
That's
no, that's
200
not
feet.
what you just
No,
said.
that isn't.
You said
That's
linked,
That's not
that's
what I
not,
just
right?
said.
No, I'm saying
Okay,
that-
I just wanna
that
make
This is
sure.
already 100 feet.
Because that's why,
Right.
you see why I'm
That's
getting.
right.
That's a 100-foot buffer.
Yeah.
So you're saying a 100-foot buffer to the 100-foot buffer?
No, I'm saying
If
any
this-
any wetland that's within that. So if-
So if this wetland came like this?
Okay, but I think, Steve, that we need to address what the commission's saying, because
Yep.
if I may.
This is not the
Is it
vernal
right?
pool.
Sure.
This is the vernal pool.
I realize that.
But what,
So this doesn't intersect any wetland.
Yeah. Okay, so that's why you're saying over here, this one does.
Yeah, so
Yes.
I'm asking where does the extended protection end? If this wetland connects to here,
Yeah.
does the extended protection?
I don't, that's why it's just 100 foot, so you go like 100 foot, and this wetland from this area gets more protection. And then that stops right there.
Okay, but wait.
No more protection here, because it's
that's
a
not what
mile
the
away.
commission's saying, though. The commission's not doing it by 100 feet. The commission's saying if you
I
have
think
a link.
the commission isn't
She's
saying
just- I
anything.
asked-
Laura was asking one
Okay,
aspect, we're kind of
well,
discussing options.
a commissioner
Thank you.
made a point, and that's why I'm saying maybe if you give her a chance, because she's the one who has to interpret. So if the wetland actually touched here,
Yeah.
then that's what you're talking about. You're not talking about expanding a buffer and doing it overlapping buffers.
Nope.
okay, that's,
No.
I just,
That vernal pool down there in that corner is
Yeah.
linked to the wetland, right?
Yep.
It's part of, although we haven't mapped it on there because it's off-site, but I believe that they are connected. And so therefore, that part of that wetland, it should be held to the same boundary as a vernal pool.
Which part of the wetland, though? That's what we're asking.
if it's connected, the wetlands are connected, if those two wetlands, if
And you're saying we might as well connect it to the skate park, right? Because it goes to downtown Georgetown.
That's right. There needs to
But
be,
basically, I do know it's connected to here.
but I'm saying it is connected to the
So we
skate
do
park.
need to work out how far.
Okay, that's what I'm
So
asking now.
But if we accept the linked definition, then we would need to hold to this 100-foot boundary around this wetland.
or seek a waiver. But it has to be, but the point is the way, the initial, it's kind of like a two-step process, right? So we look at our vernal pools, and we say, is there any connection to a wetland? If there's a connection to a wetland, then we have to take the second step to say how, the way your regulations work, it appears that you would only go another 100 feet. You would go 100 feet for the adjoining wetland because it says within 200 feet. So if you follow the logic of what you had written, that's what it appears to say. It doesn't appear to be unlimited. But I'm just trying to make sure. So if the wetland isn't linked and they aren't connected, then you do not expand. If it is linked, then you look at a 100-foot extension, essentially. So so that's what it is, it's the
And
linked
that's
aspect.
linked, whether it's physically two separate spots but touching, or actually there may be a little channel between them. I mean, you have a
I
physical
know, so
connection.
I guess my point is that you need to determine where you're gonna cut off the link, because this wetland discharges to this wetland, which discharges to that wetland, which goes out and out to the skate park.
But I think there's,
So, there's something between the entire town having a 100-foot no disturb buffer because there's a vernal pool, and vernal pool 100 feet. So there's something between there.
I think that's where I was suggesting that 100 feet out from there, it creates, so when they said a 200-foot, I wasn't talking a 200-foot buffer, that's just giving a space to the area that the additional protection would occur. That would prevent you from getting to the skateboard park.
right, I guess you gotta do the link, so you've gotta
Correct.
decide which.
And I understand what you're saying, but there needs to be, like, you can't take the whole 100-foot offset from the wetland because.
No, the 100-foot offset from the vernal pool.
So, so you have 100 from the
Yeah.
vernal pool,
Yeah.
and it touches this wetland. So what happens here?
No, do the two wetlands touch?
Hang on, Joe.
I think we're all confusing each other
This
now.
wetland,
Yeah.
okay, this vernal pool
Can you draw the whole wetland just for argument's sake, just so we can, we don't, no, it's not accurate, just
comes
concept.
out like this.
Yep, okay,
This all connects down here.
perfect, thank you.
This is isolated, it actually connects in a channel. So if you take 100 feet from there, yes, it intersects, there's a small wetland here,
Mm-hmm.
which has an outlet channel which dies and ultimately discharges to here. But it does hit that, so the question is, what part of this wetland would receive extra
Protection.
protection? Does it end perpendicular to where this hits, or?
Mhm.
Because I could see doing that, but if you said, we're gonna offset that wetland, some wetlands are very large.
Sure.
And it doesn't really make sense.
That little wetland is connected to the vernal pool directly? It has to be
It's with-
touching connected.
It's within,
It
that one's
has-
within the wetland.
It's not
The
within
vernal
that,
pool flows to that small wetland
oh, it does?
in a channel.
I can't tell that.
So we're really trying to define where this additional protection goes to prevent it from being touching the skate park.
I thought, from my, sounds to me like it's basically 100-foot on top of the 100-foot.
That's what I was trying to say, but the 200-foot buffer is not the right way to say it, but
Right.
go another 200-foot, and that's kind of the additional protected area.
Of just
Outside of that is
basically the-
regular conditions.
But circular of the vernal pool.
Correct.
Not the wetland itself.
Okay,
Just
so
use it
offset
more-
the vernal pool 200 feet, and where it intersects area that you already have jurisdiction, then that
Special
is
conditions.
special conditions. So if you did that, that means that you'd offset this 200 feet, you know, like that, and that would mean that this area here had additional protection.
That the resources that you're touching would have 100 foot, so the buffer off of that would be 100, a solid 100.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can't offset the whole wetland because they're big,
Yeah,
right? Where does it stop?
100 feet out.
From the vernal.
From the vernal pool, 100 feet out from that
Okay,
setback.
if you offset that, you hit this wetland, which connects all the way to the skate park.
Yeah.
So you have to offset that wetland.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. What I'm saying is, if you offset this 200 feet,
Yep.
the area within that makes sense, because you get an extra 100 feet outside the vernal
Yep.
pool
Yep.
within area that you control, and you get another 100 feet of
I think we're all
area
saying
that's
the same
protected
thing.
outside the 100-foot buffer
I
zone.
think you just need to craft the language, how you interpret that.
So it's basically,
I think
are
we're
we
all
saying
kind of
it's gonna
saying the
give
same
it 100 feet into the wetland?
Yeah, I think he gets what we're trying to say.
Right.
I'm just not saying it right. You know,
It is the
What did
length.
Jillian say?
she agreed with what she and I came up with what I'm suggesting. I'm just not,
I asked her for her opinion, she wouldn't give it to me. She said she had no opinion, it was the discretion of the board.
so that 100 foot outside is what Jillian and I had talked about, you know.
Which is actually accurate, since she's a consultant, it's the commission's decision.
Yeah, she defers completely,
Oh, she's only
yeah,
consultant to us.
exactly, oh, yeah.
I was just curious,
Do that.
because I'm curious, I guess, about the biology involved as well. I mean, if these buffers are to protect the biology, then there must be some kind of indicators, reasons that we would use to make that decision, rather than sitting here.
There's a lot of science that suggests that 100 foot's not enough, but,
Right.
I mean, that's
But-
not new information.
But it's protected anyway.
It isn't, so what we're talking about is,
If it's going into the wetlands, it is.
no, what we're talking about is giving additional protection to
Yes.
the wetlands immediately around the vernal pool.
Okay.
So making it, instead of the 50, 75, and 100 setbacks,
Just goes to 100.
just around the vernal pool within a certain distance, those get additional protection, 100 foot, no cut, no disturb, just like the vernal pools do.
So this pink I've drawn, I'm sorry to be so,
No, I've been
Thick.
doodling on mine too.
this pink I've drawn here, this is the 100 foot around this vernal pool.
Hold it up for the camera.
I can't see it either. I don't care about the camera.
So where's the protection? 100 foot outside that, or just within that 100 foot? There,
It would be beyond.
huh? Here, this is the 100
Yeah.
foot buffer around that vernal pool,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. Do you have another marker I can draw on that?
Yeah, yeah.
Here's the blue one.
Green
Thank
one.
you. Okay. So, let me just put it down for a second. So, my theory is to do 100 foot around this. Anything in this line gets special condition setback. So, off of this,
Okay.
that's a solid 100. Off of this, it's a standard 50, 75, and 100.
I gotcha.
That's the line that prevents, so, sorry, I'll show this to you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries. So 100 foot off of this, roughly here. Any wetlands in that gets additional protection. So from, on this point here, it'd be
Yeah,
a solid
yeah.
100.
Yeah, I get you.
Right here, this would be the typical 50, 75, and 100 out.
Oh, I
So
get
to
you.
prevent your 300 acre setback change, really the only area that would be impacted is the setbacks, you know.
So here, basically, 'cause
This,
you- yeah.
here, and maybe a little bit in here and over there, but nothing would be nothing would impact here or at that end. Is that-
But you're not going outside the 100-foot buffer.
No.
Nowhere. No, we're not going more than 100 foot. It's what the conditions are within that 100. It's a
You just
solid-
drew the 100 because you're looking here, but it's only where
Well,
wetlands
that-
are be overlapped.
Correct. But this is
I
to
getcha.
delineate the area that we'll focus in on is 100 foot outside of this, the
Yeah.
100 foot buffer.
Like where they intersect, like the Venn diagram.
So you would want us to get rid of that stormwater management area?
I'm not saying anything about, I'm just trying to clarify, trying to understand the regulations, and thank you very much.
we need to kind of move this along to a point, we've got several other hearings still. And I still have abutters, so why don't I, open it up to a butter comment? Are there any abutters to this project?
Thank you, Laura.
If you would like to speak, please identify yourself for the record. Nay? Okay.
Not yet.
So I think we need to, hold on, just clarify that a little.
So the vernal pool certification, you guys would prefer to do that in-house? Is that what I heard? Okay. So we can just condition that, or if you put it in, just a note? or
Put a
just-
note on the plan you want?
Yeah, that'd make it easier.
Yeah, then it's automatic.
Yep. And since you're proposing to file notice of intent on all the individual ones, can you put in like a colored mark or a bolded kind of limit of work, just so that we know which ones work will be done within the Concom's jurisdiction, just so it's easier to pull out which ones you'll be filing for? Do you know what I mean?
We actually do have that on the plan. There's a
Okay.
specific line type that's the limit of work.
Okay.
And that
It
does,
it's more bolded out so you can see
Yeah.
it better. Okay. Because it's just hard
it's
to
a
tell
little
on
hard
this
to see on that smaller scale.
Yeah, it's
We've got
there.
bigger scale drawings.
It's there, but it's harder to read on this. Okay. Can you send a clean copy to the office, just so we have one on file of kind of the final, because you still add no cut bounds and some other details.
And you have to send this to Jillian as well.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
We need to-
And she knows it's coming.
Yep.
Is there anything else we want to ask of the applicant at this time? Would like to continue, well, that I'd like to do too, but I'm gonna need a continuation date.
June 19th at 8 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to continue, UCC 2013-23, DEP 161-0771 to June 18th.
19th.
June 19th.
At 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, and to remand this to BSC for an additional review pursuant to their report dated
March 6th? March 6th. I apologize, May 6th.
May 6th, 2014.
Second.
We have a motion, it's been seconded to continue Rear Lisa Lane, 18 Lisa Lane and 44 Cyril Street,
May 2nd?
AKA Turning Leaf, to June
Dominic
19th
Rinaldi
at
is May
8 PM.
May 12th.
Is there any further
May 6th, right?
discussion?
May 6th, remember.
Wait, hold on, Mr. Chairman.
It's definitely May 6th. I can pull the thing. I had to put my glasses on because I'm not.
I'm sorry.
It's definitely May 6th because then her email was May 8th.
May 6th, we're just trying to confirm the date of the BSC.
Second.
Yeah, letter of May 6th, and that's her email.
May 6th.
So noted. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All abstaining? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
All right.
The septic system, which reminds me. Bathroom running?
It being on after 8:30, I'm going to reopen 60, 64 through 74 East Main Street parking lot improvements, stormwater management improvements, septic system improvements, and riverfront area restoration activities. If I could have the applicant and a consultant.
The engineer just left, so I take it they're looking for a continuation.
They left.
Yeah, they were representing the last case too. They didn't, they're still I think they withdrew from the zoning board of appeals. And they keep telling me that they'll have a new draft to me any day now to move forward. but
This
I
is
haven't seen
Dunks.
anything. This is the Dunkin' Donuts Plaza.
That ain't
I haven't
happening.
seen anything new from them. I haven't heard any communication. The engineer working on it just left. He was here for the previous case, so I'll take that as they're looking for a continuation.
Perfect. Well, I take that as you
Chairman.
may not want to keep it open. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman? Did you open? You didn't
I did open it.
Oh, are we continuing?
Yeah, let's push it out to July 17th. Just
Yeah, we've got too many things already on June 19th, so
What was the time of the last one on June 19th?
8 o'clock.
Eight.
Yes.
Don't worry, I won't be here. Mr. Chairman, can we
July
continue?
17th.
64, 74 East Main Street to July 17th, 7:10?
8 o'clock, please.
8 o'clock.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, and it's been seconded to continue 64 through 74 East Main Street to July 17th at 8 PM. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. And it being well after 8:45, I'm going to open or reopen 6 Heather Road, GCC 2014-05, construction of a single-family dwelling in-ground swimming pool and grading. If I could have the applicant and/or consultant, and if you could identify yourself for the record, please.
My name is Bob Grassel from Engineering Land Services. This is a continuation of a notice of intent filed for construction of a single-family dwelling located at Heather Road. This is the original one that was proposed, showing the in-ground pool and the grading and the hay bale line, approximately right up to the 50, almost up to the 50-foot, no cut, no disturb. Since then, we've revised the plan with the original plan showed a proposed dwelling, deck and pool within the 100-foot wetland buffer, no cut, no disturb, Georgetown special conditions, because we're on Rock Pond. The original disturbance was 1,238 square feet, and the proposed grading and tree clearing was 4,204 square feet. That was the original filing. The proposed alterations within the 100-foot buffer, no cut, no disturb special setback, was cut down from, for the proposed dwelling and deck was reduced down to 432 square feet, and the grading and the tree clearing was down to 3,500 square feet. We're showing the new lines for the setbacks. We're showing it as a 50-foot wetland setback, a 75 wetland setback, and the 100-foot wetland buffer, no cut, no disturb setback, Georgetown special conditions. The proposed revisions is we eliminated the in-ground pool, which was located outside the 75-foot wetland setback. We rotated the dwelling further outside from the 100 wetland setback to reduce the amount of dwelling inside the 100-foot buffer. We reduced the amount of grading and tree clearing within the wetland special setback. We reduced the size of the deck within the wetland special setback. We had a much larger deck. We made it, we cut down on the width and made it longer, so it would encroach more out. It wouldn't encroach inside the 100 as much as the first proposal. We've added tree and shrub plantings. The proposed planting would be the tree whips, which would be red maple and river birch, totaling of 20. And the shrubs, proposed shrubs would be approximately 35, which would be high bush blueberry and sweet pepper bush, shown in these symbols right here, and I'll show the locations. We've eliminated the driveway turnaround. We originally had a driveway turnaround, so that's outside that anyway, so we're trying to cut down any disturbance on the lot as much as possible. We've added more conservation monuments, which was, we originally proposed it along the 50-foot, and now we're proposing the new line, which is the limit of work, and I'll get into that line as soon as we go through the list here. We created a more restricted, no cut, no disturb setback, as I just explained. And we increased the dwelling setback from the wetland from 82 feet to 85 feet. just horizontally, but we've also rotated it more. As I said, the amount of dwelling was cut down from 1238 down to 432. That's with the elimination of the pool, the reducing of the deck size, and rotating of the dwelling. During construction, we're proposing a staked hay-bale line shown here in red, and we're also showing conservation monuments to be installed prior to any construction at the rear of the hay-bale line, so they will not be disturbed during construction. We're spacing them are approximately 30 feet apart. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 proposed conservation monuments with the plaques. We're also, which is shown in the staked hay-bale detail right here, is showing that they're down gradient of the staked hay-bale line towards the wetlands. We're also proposing roof runoff. We're proposing roof drains, a downspout detail shown right here. The roof drains will go down to the infiltrators, one on this side, one on this side, and if it ever gets backed up, there's an emergency overflow pipe with a splash block in case the infiltrators ever get backed up. During the plantings, we've traversed along on both sides of the no-cut, the limit of work. The conservation line would be the limit of future of any development. The conservation monuments would be the limit of any further development on the lot. And the hay bales would be the limit of work.
So the relocation of the house, you still have, what, about 25% of it within the 100, correct?
Yeah, roughly.
What's the closest?
We've rotated it as much as possible to the existing leach area that's on the property, which is, by Title V, it's 20 feet. We have 21 feet to the foundation, and we've also pushed it as close as we could to the front building setback from, the building setback is 20, or we're at 21 feet. So we're 1 foot off each setback.
What's the closest point to the pond? You have the 85 as the house.
Is the 85 to the house.
What's the closest activity? What's that?
Which would be the conservation?
Yeah, sure. I'm just curious, because if it's technically no cut, no disturb, then the closest point is,
60 feet.
60 feet, okay, thank you.
When you say edge of pond, you're talking the physical edge of the water, or the mean high water?
That's the wetland flags are above the edge of the pond. There's the edge of the pond, and then there's wetlands. It's just a slip, like probably a foot.
Heavily wooded still.
Yeah, it's wooded. It's a steep bank, and it comes down. We also have floodplain here of elevation 84.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we have an elevation of 84 FEMA flood elevation.
So the closest activity is 60 feet, where 100 is required. Everything within that is just part of the waiver is being requested. Okay, just clarifying.
And we've also reconfigured the reserve area so we could rotate that, the dwelling as much as possible to the front of towards Heather Road.
And the leach is out of jurisdiction.
Yes.
The whole system is actually, right?
Yeah. And it's been installed, and a certificate of compliance with the Board of Health. It's all been. During the process, we're gonna end up moving the tank. The tank is there right now. We're gonna move it closer to the system. And we're gonna come out this side of the house right here and just hook in the side and come right to the D-box right there. It's a Presby system, which is very, it's not pre-treatment, but it's a treatment type system.
But gravity.
It's gravity, and it's, we dug out, there's no, I think they dug out 12 feet and there's no water table. It's all sand and gravel there. So the roof drains will work fairly for a long time. It's just clear water. That's the first flush. When a rainstorm comes down, you get the first inch, and that's what that treats. And it's a total of 16 infiltrators. We have 8 on one side and 8 on the other, each side of the roof.
And nothing has ever existed on this site before, this is not a...
No, this is just it's a vacant lot.
Yeah, recently A&R'd off, so it's not a historic lot.
Yeah.
It's a recently A&R'd.
That's the house that we did the ramp going down to the.
Yeah, the yellow house,
Yeah.
Mr.
This was
Maripoli.
split off of that
Yes.
relatively recently.
Sully?
Mr. Maripoli owns to the right, and he also owns this lot. If
And-
you're going up Heather Road,
Yep.
you see the yellow house,
Then the next
and then
one.
the wooded areas, that's this lot right here. So we've done a lot of mitigation with the trees and the shrubs to protect any further development towards the rock pond.
Any comments, John?
I would like to see the hay bales removed, and I'd like to see silt sock installed
Sure.
for erosion control.
It's just typical, I mean, you can put that in your condition saying.
We often do.
And like I said, I think, I don't believe you were here when I presented, that we're gonna put the conservation monuments behind the Haydale, silt sock line, down gradient towards the wetlands, so they're protected during construction, so when the house does go up, they don't get disturbed by a bulldozer or anything, they're protected by the silt sock line.
Has the size of the house itself decreased in this revision?
The only thing that decreased was the deck, and underneath the deck, that's a deck with sonotubes, and the screen porch would be sonotubes, so underneath would be all gravel. So it's not, we don't have a foundation on it, it'd just be sonotubes, and it would just be gravel. So most of this area, it would just be sonotubes, there's 3 sonotubes right there, and that would be all gravel underneath with just a, upper deck with the stairs going down to meet the natural ground. And the screen porch would be a crawl space, and that's on sonotubes also. So the only full foundation would be right in here, right in this little spot right here.
And they removed the pool.
And we removed the pool.
That's quite a substantial
And we reduced a lot of
improvement.
grading
And
for the
also
pool.
moving the house.
So you weren't here, we went through the proposed revisions on 1 through 10. And I didn't add on there that we added the downspouts, for the roof runoff.
The vegetation, the trees and shrubs, that'll be subject to our standard monitoring period.
It is. Well, we had talked about this. We had met a couple times with this and kind of refined a lot of these. We added additional plants to kind of cover that.
So we
that
won't need the lengthy.
We still keep that, we keep an eye on them. If they all die, then they have to replace them.
Right.
But if they lose 2 or 3 trees, I'm less worried because we overplanted. So if a couple get lost, you don't have to deal with the cost and hassle of replanting later down.
Yeah, and those will be like hand dug.
Yeah.
Those bush shrubs would be hand dug, there would be no machinery work past the silt
So
sock.
if I get involved in the project early enough, I always ask them to add a few extra because it makes it easy.
Yeah.
Everyone's happy at the end.
Yeah, we did a total of 20 tree whips and then 35 shrubs.
It's
And we
reflective of
altered
this
them along the line.
You can't turn the house so it's more square. to
I've
the
done
pond.
everything I could possibly do with this house.
Well, I was thinking, if you take the garage and put that on the east side, move the
Yeah.
house closer to the road, and you'd be out
I'd
100
s-
foot.
But they have this
Yeah.
setback from the
They-
road,
see
they
that
have to
this
respect
20 foot
this
right
here.
I know,
The
but then
building's setback.
the garage is over here, and the house could kind of
Oh,
slide
put the
back.
garage on the side of it
Put it on the side, on the east side,
versus squaring against
right.
the house.
It seems to me you could take it out of that 100 foot buffer.
Oh, interesting. I didn't think of that earlier. Then you could square it to the road and the pond.
So what do you mean? Where would you put it?
He's talking like maybe putting
This here.
the garage like this, and then pivoting it. So we pivoted it kind of counterclockwise before. I think what you're talking is to pivot it clockwise and swing the garage to the right-hand side of the house.
But isn't that putting it in?
No, but
The
when you,
100?
when you bring this over here, then it pivots on this corner, this comes this way. Bringing, so before he pivoted it the other way and brought the left corner out of the buffer, what you're proposing is to now swing the other corner and bring that out of the buffer.
Did you consider that?
We have the builder here.
It's kind of a custom house, so a lot of it's kind of fit in, you know.
It's a custom house and it's, I can't really answer that question.
So is it appropriate to have the building?
Sure.
Okay.
Bob Scally,
You're Rob Scally.
he's a general contractor.
What was your questions?
Can we put the garage on the right-hand side of the house? So kind of square it more,
Shift the garage to this side over here.
yeah, and up, so it's kind of makes it more of a long rectangle versus an L.
One of the problems that we had with that is where all of this faces down to the garage, the mudroom, and the design, and first floor layout of the house has a first floor bedroom and that type of deal. It's an older couple that's buying the house, and they're not necessarily, they want to use a first floor dwelling type thing. The house becomes longer, and it can't fit within this setback here, okay? And the other thing is with the system already in place, I think we end up too close for the setback here. We're already at 21 feet, and we're already approximately, what'd you say, a foot?
21, we're 21 there.
A 21 here, setback here. The configuration becomes too long to the system that's already in place, and we can't meet the setbacks on septic.
Well, to be honest with you, the septic system was put in before this application. I mean, if the septic system could be reconfigured and make it short and squat like you already did for the reserve, then we're supposed to be kind of handling this as if the septic system doesn't exist, to be honest with you, because it wasn't part of this project, it was done before it came in. So, less worry about the septic system. If it did, would it functionally not work as far as use of the house to be on the right side?
Use of
It's a one floor house, that's why
Yeah.
it's
But if
the shape, that's why when they pull in,
Yeah.
they can walk straight into.
But if it's to the right, you pull in, instead of going straight, you go left. It can be at the same elevation, I presume.
Well,
I don't know, that's my point, I don't.
Yeah.
Functionally, I don't think it would work at all in the interior of the home. I mean, most of the living spaces are set on the back side, bedroom, kitchen, dining room, living room type
But
thing.
we're not talking reconfiguring the main house, we're just talking pushing the garage from being here to being kind of just, you know, Lego
Slide
set
it over?
Lego set it to the right side of the house.
Yeah, sliding it this way.
Sliding it
Taking
this-
the garage and putting it.
When in doubt, doodle on it.
Yeah, should
Sorry.
doodle. Slide it over the right, and then you can twist the house.
And then pivot on this and bring that down, or pivot here maybe. And then bring this down, just like you did before. This used to be
Yeah,
out
way
here.
out there. Well, no, I reconfigured the deck.
Yeah,
The
you
deck
did both
was-
of them, and you swung it
I
in this
swung,
corner
yeah.
to bring this down, and you did a great job at that. So I think that was a really good point. If you bring the garage here and then re-pivot on this, so it doesn't get any closer, you don't have to worry about that. Bring that down, then you might run into this side setback over here.
Yeah.
But it would square to the driveway in that and get this out of the buffer, because to be honest with you, everything from here down is a waiver, and pretty substantial ones. Was that what you?
That was right on.
And I think you still have room for the driveway, too.
Well, it would just be a shorter driveway, maybe cheaper to construct too.
I don't know if I could get the
I don't
drive.
think we could get it in there, to tell you the truth. I mean, the garage space already is shrunk down to an 18 wide by a 21 3 deep, 22 feet deep. Because of that, you know, a normal garage is 24. We've knocked it down at 18 by 21 deep.
We might ask that you try, and if you can't, then we'll look at it, but we'd like you to at least take a look at it and see if you could, it may not be possible.
And
Possible to put a garage on that side? I mean, a garage right next to the bedroom?
One of the other problems too is that site configuration with the grading and everything that we have down here, this is all upland, okay? And we're gonna be sliding this house down, and right now it's set up that it's a walkout type area. Our area of disturbance and fill and everything,
Yeah.
regrade all of this will probably impact that
over that other 100-foot buffer zone.
It'd be very convenient, we came home late.
Okay, that's another problem, because the garage would be actually at flat grade, and the house foundation and everything would be bored into a lower grading area. Okay, I think this all tails off at 104, 102, we're coming around to 100 here, and this is set at 98, okay? The further we slide the house down this way, the more grading that's gonna be required past that 100-foot buffer
I
zone.
didn't think we were asking to slide the house, we were asking to pivot.
No, they're asking to hold this
Fixed
point and
point.
pivot. This garage.
What's the side
this
setback there?
But
Is it
I'm
10
just
feet?
worried about if
We
I
won't
have.
meet side setback on that garage.
What is the side setback?
10 feet, I believe, on this side?
Yeah.
10 feet on
10
the,
foot?
10 feet is pretty much where the infiltration trench is to the right.
Yeah.
Where on actually the infiltrators are off the setback line to the right. The
Yeah, I see
infiltrators
that.
are probably set at 8.
Yeah.
Our
I mean-
side setback with the garage and with rotation will not meet,
Okay, what?
not meet setbacks
I just
on that
kind
side.
of doodled on a piece of paper, like on a scratch piece of paper, and it seems extremely, extremely close to getting it in there.
So you're talking 18, 22 feet wide, right?
Yeah, 22 feet wide.
How much would be gained by that?
Yeah, I think.
How much
You
would
could-
be gained?
you could get- you could almost get a house,
They've done a lot to get out already. They gave up their pool, they moved the house.
Yep.
They reduced the size of the deck.
I've done
I
planters.
feel like they've really tried to get far away. And I'm wondering how much would be gained by doing that. Also, by putting the garage on the side there, you're going to be losing this probably what is a picture window looking out over another part of the pond, and that's kind of.
One other thing too, I'd like to just say about putting that garage on the front side of this property. I don't know if anybody's been down to the site there. This whole side is pretty much established with oak, good-sized oak trees and things like that. And we'd be clearing that right out to Mr. Maripati's line.
You're doing that with the infiltration though, too. I mean,
Yeah, we're-
relocating the house wouldn't impact that. You're already.
Talking about down in this area down in here. I mean, there's.
Yeah, the house is not gonna be
I'd
there.
have to probably move that, Steve.
We're talking reorientating the house, right? So that sticks out. Now, again, the commission doesn't have to go with this idea, but it does fit. So,
I mean, I don't know if the infiltrators would end up there or on the front
well,
side
they'd have
of
to
the
get,
property.
yeah, they'd have to get relocated
Yeah,
by this
because-
proposal.
Back of the house.
Because,
That's not a big deal. They're not on the ground yet, I hope.
No, they're nicely drawn here, but half the time I can't get my gutter systems into them, so I have to relocate them anyways, and they'd have to probably be relocated to the front section of the home. Okay.
Well, it's getting late, Commissioner.
It is getting late.
So they did a hell of a lot to get it out of the buffer.
I agree.
So what I'm hearing-
They've really done, they've given up a lot.
A lot.
So what I'm hearing from the commission is two options: to approve as proposed, as modified, or to continue requesting an alternative design pursuant to our discussions about relocating the garage and pivoting the house.
What are they gonna gain out of that?
No, I'm just saying,
What
those
are
are,
we gonna gain
those are our
with-
two options.
Right.
That's what we're.
Yeah. So you're looking to
So that's what
gain,
we have to vote on.
you're gaining 15 feet of a house out of a buffer to a great pond. New construction. And then the associated grading.
15 square feet?
No, 15 linear feet. So right now you're at
Okay, so
85
getting
feet. You can,
100 feet.
yeah, so you're going from 100 feet, you're getting the house outside of the Concom jurisdiction, which is the whole point of this exercise. And then you're at 60 feet of vegetated activity and cutting at 65 feet. That would also go out, so that would be out to like past the 75, and the house would be outside the 100. We've spent hours doing 5 feet, you know.
I just have one thing.
Yep.
As I pivot this,
tank
there's
can
no
be-
way, there's no way to put the tank, I have to be 10 feet from the foundation for the tank.
But won't that fit inside? So there's a little kind of cutout into the house.
I need,
Is that already 10 feet?
yeah, I'm 10 feet now.
No, it isn't. There's 10 feet
Well,
on the side.
14 feet, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
Might be like 20, 15,
No,
20?
it's 10 feet.
That's 10 feet to the house?
Yes.
So the side setback to that You have it labeled
Right
10
here.
feet to
No,
the
to the
infiltration.
house, right here, is 10 feet.
Oh, off the
Those are our two
corner.
options.
Yeah, so if I rotate that much more, I have nowhere to put that
So, are we
tank.
in a consensus, like, since
Well-
we simply wanna make a motion?
I'm not saying it will work, I'm just proposing that there's options as suggested.
I'm saying I don't have any room to put that tank anywhere.
No, that's what he means. Can we agree one or the other?
I only have 4 feet there, and then I'm 10 feet now,
What if you
so.
reorientate the take? Actually, I think
I
the
can't.
commission's about to vote, so it doesn't matter what I think or say or not. We'll finish. Sorry.
Wait, before we go on, I have to open this up to abutters.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Are there any abutters to Heather Road here? If so, please identify yourself.
Are there any butters?
Yes, there are. Do they have opinions?
Do you have any comments, sir?
Approve it.
And why is that, sir?
The reason, they've made a number of adjustments, the person lives adjacent to them, and I know the property very well. I think they've made a lot of adjustments to try to comply, really with good spirit and good intent, to do good for the town.
Are you the landowner, sir?
He's the next door neighbor.
He's
Are
also,
you Mr. Maripati?
Yes.
he's also the landowner, Laura,
I see.
which is an important detail.
And also worked very closely with the town to put a Tresby system in there to save 7 trees, 3 of which are 200 years old. I mean, went through 2 design iterations, bending over backwards because we love that land. And I have a conservation restriction, could have sold the land, but we've conserved that land across the street for perpetuity. I pay $15,000 to keep that land forever for the town. So try to be very, very pro-town. We've loved this town, and ask your consideration.
Look at me, I'm looking at you guys.
What's the commission's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to propose a motion that we accept the plans as presented this evening for 6 Heather Road, GCC 2014-05 DEP 1610779. Plans dated,
3/10/14.
where does it say that? Oh, 3/10/14, is that it?
With
Is that one,
revisions,
John?
with revisions 5/2/14.
With revisions on 5/2/2014. Where would I be with that then?
Second.
Home, probably.
We have a motion has been seconded to approve the project on Heather Road, the site plan is here by Laura. So, what is actually the mitigation? We would be granting waivers. We pulled some stuff out, but that's really not a mitigation, that's just trying to comply with the law. What is the mitigation, I guess?
Tree plantings
I think they've done a lot, they have a good tree
I'm
planting.
just asking.
It's more based on alternative design and reduction of scope of work. If you go with that vote, the rationale is that they reduce the scope of work,
Because in
reduce
reality-
the impact.
I see.
I need-
So
I
is
need
that
justification.
it?
It's not a
Justifications to give waivers, in
It's
other
not a
words.
mitigated, so you could say, oh, we donate all this land, we created a wetland, we protected this. They've done none of that. The planting is pretty much revegetating the area they're disturbing. You could, maybe the outside the buffer, you could call it a little bit of a mitigated planting. The thing you'd approve it based on is more that they've done a really great job reducing the scope of work.
I think they've
limiting the
shown
area.
willing and
Yeah, so,
reduced the scope
again,
of work dramatically.
So that's how you would
And
justify
worked
the
well
vote.
with the commission and listened and,
We have to always justify
Okay.
why we give waivers, otherwise
I
the
see.
next guy that comes along and says, you gotta give them to me too.
And they-
Okay.
You gotta give them to me, you gotta
was
give them
that
to me.
enough? Was that enough?
It's perfect, I got it. The other condition that I put in is I'm not accepting the wetland line
Okay.
and that silt sock versus hay.
What he said, not accepting the wetland line
And
and using silt sock, not hay bales.
Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Unanimous.
All abstaining? Motion carries.
Motion to close?
You what?
Unanimous?
Yeah, motion to close?
Make a motion
Oh,
to
you did?
close Heather Road.
Did he vote?
Was it a yea or nay?
Abstain.
He's abstaining.
Oh,
Abstain.
yeah. I thought it was on.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I motion that I'd like to make a motion.
No, you
That-
make a motion.
Okay, I am making a motion, darn it, to close 6 Heather Road, GCC 2014-05 DEZ 1610729.
We have a motion, it's been seconded to close the NOI for Heather Road. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All abstaining.
Thank you.
Thank you
for your time.
very much for coming in.
Thank you for working with us.
Good job on coming in last week, I think that was helpful.
Yeah, okay.
Do that in the future.
Yeah, I gotta talk to you about that.
That was good.
Thank
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you very much.
Certainly, of course. Enjoy the house.
Thank you.
We have someone, a couple of business, there's a enforcement related issue at, One Industrial Way, that the owner came in just for kind of discussion on where we are and where we're heading. And I did tell you, it wasn't gonna be 8 o'clock.
Wow. Wow. That's all I have to say about.
Don't teach you to break the law.
And forget the fine, you have to come to a whole meeting.
Would you just identify yourself?
My name is Stephen Caruso, and I'm the principal at Caruso and Government Construction.
Take a walk.
Thank you.
Hi.
Yes, sir, you are?
Good evening, I'm Paul Marchionda from Marchionda Associates. We're registered professional engineers on Stone, Massachusetts, and land surveyors. And I'm here tonight on behalf of Mr. Caruso McGovern, on Industrial Way.
So Steve, why don't you kind of give us a little
Want me to do it?
background on this?
I started talking to the applicant about 6+ months ago, and he shortly after got his consultant involved.
Was there an enforcement order issued?
There was none at the time. I was out on the site with the building inspector. He's had some noise complaints and other issues related out here, so I was just joining him for that
We're out
site
at
walk.
National Way?
Industrial. This is
Indus-
one Industrial Way.
Where, I'm sorry, where is Industrial Way?
Off of Tenny.
Tenny Road.
Oh, okay.
Free to Tenny.
Oh, I know,
Um,
okay.
So while I was out there, we do joint inspections on occasion, just when they double up, and to be honest with you, for safety reasons for certain properties. And we were walking down by the main activity, the site where they do most of the work, and there was some fresh hay bales staked in, and some, what I considered fresh soil, pretty close to the wetlands. So I contacted the owner. I did not put an enforcement order. Again, the commission can tell me not to do this. I typically try to work with people, talk to them, get them to file a notice of intent, kind of ask for permission afterwards. And sometimes just clarify, because it was my opinion that there was some wetland filling and activity. I don't know for a fact, so I asked for more information. So if they can get a delineation, if they can get more information to help clarify it to me. Sometimes it's not an issue and it just goes away, which is why I often start without the enforcement order. So Paul got involved. We had a conversation, some email back and forth. I think there was some miscommunication. He thought he was waiting for more information from me, and I felt like I was waiting for more information for him. So there was a period of time that went by where there was very little movement. And to be honest with you, it fell off my radar because I thought I handed it off to him, and he thought he handed it off to me. So I was moving on with my other activities. Probably 4 or 5 months later, I was back out there with the building inspector, and it kind of reminded me that this is going on. There was some new activity. So I talked to Carl briefly and just decided that we really needed to get the site under control. So I issued an enforcement order to stop activity on the whole property, because I'll be honest with you, there's huge piles of dirt. There's a lot of movement of materials, and I was very concerned for additional wetland filling that might occur. And not knowing where the wetlands are, to be honest with you, it wasn't on my radar. As you come down the driveway is within 25 feet of another wetland on the left that I didn't even look at the time. So I think, given the activity in the site and talking to Carl and the fact that I did believe there was wetland filling, I put enforcement on the whole property. That got Paul involved more. They created the site plan in pretty quick order. My enforcement order pretty much says to file a notice, stop all the activity on the property and file a notice of intent at the next viable meeting.
Why not require a restoration plan?
This is the tactic I have been going by. If the commission would like me to modify that, you can ratify this tonight and say whatever you want. I want to get in front of you guys and let you guys make the decision.
To ratify, ratify.
Yeah,
the
it's
enforcement.
not my job, I think, to tell them what to do or to tell you guys what to do. I'm bringing it in for you guys, giving you the option to make a decision moving forward. I believe a notice of intent is in order. They couldn't get on the agenda for tonight with notice of intent because the timeline didn't line up. So I got them in here for an informal discussion or a formal discussion. There isn't, so it's a discussion on an enforcement.
So the
And-
notice of intent would include the filling of wetlands?
Correct. And there'd be an enforcement order running this whole time through the whole meeting. So.
This is a really flagrant, willful act.
Well, okay, so that's my, okay, so, and then I said, enforcement order, don't do any more activity. And then, after that point, so I talked to the applicant about not doing any more activity, nothing on the property. There's also an issue with the building inspector and noise on the property, so he was trying to fix the noise complaint. So he built a retaining wall, a block wall, not a retaining wall, which apparently did a great job blocking the noise. And he has had 0 noise complaints since the wall was built. But the wall is also 25 feet from the wetland, after I pretty much said no activity on the site. Again, he's trying to balance the different concerns that he has on the property. He's trying to do the right thing.
Sir, do you not understand the rules and the regulations associated with the wetlands?
I've been here for almost 20 years right on this site. And that we've always used this land, always. And that's the reason I came here, because it was all cut. The guy was gonna build some garages, or he was gonna do something down there. So when we came in here, I always used this land. So what happens is, we're working down there, and we're getting calls from, the building inspector that there's noise. So me not thinking, that I have a problem here, is that, that I do some research and I figure out a way to block the noise. So we build this, wall, and it works great.
Let me just jump in here for a little bit if I can.
And then,
if I
and so
may.
now I have this issue.
Let me just jump in here. Let's just take a minute here. In November of 2013, Stephen was contacted by this Stephen, there's too many Stevens here, about a potential violation of wetlands on the site. So Stephen Caruso interviewed a bunch of engineers and hired me to come in and handle this project. So I was hired to handle the project. So I immediately contacted your Stephen, and we had a discussion over the phone about what was going on. At the time, I was told that there was concern of possible wetlands violation because there were aerial photographs that indicated that there was potential wetlands violations. And so I spent some time, quite a bit of time, researching Google Earth, researching DEP wetlands change maps, all that kind of stuff. I couldn't find anything. So I spoke to this Stephen, and there's a miscommunication obviously here. So I'm not blaming anybody, but there's miscommunication. So we spoke back in November, and actually an email exchange saying that, well, I'd like to see these photographs so I know where to look, where am I looking at when I go out there? So where should I look? Where should I concentrate my efforts? And whatever, my understanding was the photographs weren't available at that point in time. They would become available to me at a later date. So I said, well, fine. When I get them, I will immediately work on this and find out what's going on. That was back in November. So now November comes, we're into the spring. And I didn't receive anything. Like Stephen said, it was off my radar because I was waiting for something from him, and he was waiting for something from me. So there was a miscommunication between us two. So that's where we're at.
Right, but as an environmental consultant, you obviously should be aware of the regulations.
I'm aware of the regulations.
Advise your client, if you see something on the site, you don't necessarily have to wait for us to come down and issue an EO.
So, if I can just continue. So, when Stephen issued this enforcement order in this past May 1st, I believe, and Stephen, correct me if I'm wrong, it was issued almost because he felt like we weren't doing anything. We're thumbing our nose up at the commission and weren't doing anything, and that wasn't at all the case. We were waiting to receive information. Here, there, now we're here. So we're here. Fine, we're here. I want to point out to you that this site has been worked on. We're doing some research, and I'm just still in the middle of it, long before Mr. Caruso owned the site. I have here a Google Earth photograph I'll pass around from April 2nd of 1995. And I have the most recent Google Earth photograph of August 24th of 2013. And you can look at these, and I think you're going to see that, if anything, the area of work area is less now than it was in 1995, before he bought the property. Now, I'll produce a deed where he bought it in 1996. I'm not saying wetlands, we did find a small area of wetlands have been filled, and it's on the plan here, so we're not saying it hasn't been filled. I'm not sure he filled it, but it's been filled by somebody. And we're not looking to shirk our responsibility to restore it. We're willing to restore it. We're not looking to, to dodge anything here. In terms of the wall, I want to point out, when I went on the site back in November, there was already one level of blocks sitting on top of the ground, precast concrete blocks, and they were there to protect the wetlands from any alteration from silt or salt or whatever. What Stephen did, because of the noise, he just stacked more on top. So when he said, let me finish. He said he built a wall, I didn't want you to get the impression that he was out there digging foundations and building a wall. He just stacked more blocks up, like Legos. That's what he did, just to stop the noise. The initial block wall was always in place for years and years. It's been there for a long time. And the wetlands themselves, the site's a very neat site. There are piles of dirt, as Stephen has said, but there are wetland barriers and silt socks around the site. I didn't see any evidence of any silt getting into the wetlands. Now, we did do soil tests, as Stephen asked us to do. You'll see on the plan in front of you, and I have more plans if you'd like. We did 4 trenches across to try to come across. We're behind the wall now and digging across the trenches and doing soil profiles to find out if, in fact, wetlands have been filled. And we found small areas where wetlands have been filled. We saw the soil change, where it goes from a wetland soil to an upland soil. And we put it on there, and in total, I think it's 1,460 square feet of wetlands was altered. When it was altered, I can't tell you if it was back in 1995 or I believe the site actually goes back to the late 80s, when it was first subdivided. There was a subdivision done of these, 3 lots up there. And there was work done. It was always used as a contractor's yard before he bought it. So, I don't want to think he's a bad guy here. He's not looking to, help the situation. We're looking to help the situation, but right now, with this enforcement order, which is unfortunate because of the miscommunication between Steve and myself, he's out of business right now. He's stopped his business. He's doing nothing. He's got guys laid off, and guys are getting paychecks because
of this.
Well, you get an enforcement order that said don't do anything, so we stopped.
I mean, they are trucking, so that's
his
a little.
company. This is his yard, and this is it's a recycle facility. They crush stone and stuff, and then they sell it. It's an extremely neat operation.
It would have been so much easier if he had just called our agent a long time ago. This all would have been avoided.
He's been there for how many years?
That I've been doing this for,
for
almost 20 years, and I've been in this spot. I didn't I didn't say, geez, I'm gonna fill this.
Okay, so
Well,
the issue is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The enforcement order is the mechanism how we get things done.
No, I understand that.
His methodology is to try to work with people cooperatively, but if they don't respond, in a reasonable fashion, this is how the DEP works, and this is how we work in terms of getting things done. It's
John would have written any
I
enforcement
understand
order
that,
for us,
and
too.
I guess one thing I want to get clear tonight,
On your deed.
if nothing else, is that I don't want you to blame this guy for not responding. He hired me and he paid me to respond, and I thought I was responding. So if anyone's, should be slapped across the wrist for not responding, that's me, not him. But unfortunately, he's the guy getting suffered now, because since this come out on May 1st, he hasn't been operating his business. I mean, he's been 2 weeks now.
I think the agent has exhibited patience and a willingness to work with you. I'm an agent, and I would have issued you an enforcement order and recorded it on your deed. I would have required a restoration plan and sent it to a peer review.
I work in environmental health and safety and compliance full-time. I don't wait for the agency to come out. If I see a problem, I address it. I don't wait for the DEP to come on my door.
Okay, but you gotta understand, he's been operating this for over 10 years, 20 years up there, not having a problem from anybody. Didn't know he had a problem. No one said he had a problem. And this came up back in November. He hired an expert. He hired me. I talked to Stephen. There was supposed to be an exchange of information going back and forth that didn't take place for whatever reason, maybe a misunderstanding or whatever. It wasn't a matter of just not doing our job. We were here to do our job, and we're not looking to. We don't think we even filled the wetlands. We don't think it was even us. But it's irregardless. If it's been filled, we're willing to restore it. We're not looking to not restore it. What we'd like to do is at least let them get back to work.
I'm not interested in who didn't and
This is what I
didn't
think-
make a phone call.
This is
I'm
what I-
interested in how we can make this right,
Move forward.
get this man back in business,
First
and
off-
make things okay.
First off, we have to decide what we're gonna do with the EO. The EO can be modified. The EO is written, I believe, right now, that all work cease and desist. We can modify that. We can still, we have to ratify the EO, and we can modify it as necessary to allow some business to continue, but still holding the owner's feet to the fire to make sure the corrective actions get in place and get moved to fruition.
Right. So,
So I'm thinking, it seems as if we all want the same thing.
right.
And I'm thinking the enforcement order should be modified to include the applicant submit a restoration plan to determine the extent of fill and a proposal to return the site to pre-fill drainage characteristics and grading. I also think that once that proposal or that plan is received, it should go to a peer review for verification and be presented to the Conservation Commission for further proceedings. Simple.
No notice of intent?
Um,
Or is that done through, what's the mechanism?
Well, right
I think
now it
first
sounds
we
to the
do,
EO.
I think first we would
It's the
do,
EO.
first we would do a restoration plan, a draft restoration plan. Once we're happy with the draft plan, then we can modify the EO.
Well, you can leave the EO in
But-
place all along,
Yeah.
even when the NOI.
Because one of my concerns is a lot of this rock work was done recently, so I'm looking at this as asking for, a notice of intent, asking for permission to do something after the fact. The wetland filling is one component of
It can
a
run on
much
the
bigger
EO.
picture.
And run under the EO, right?
We can't grant waivers under an EO. They had to file a notice of intent to kind of, again, I don't know what was done where. I saw Howard today, literally an hour ago. He printed up the, my map. I don't have access to my map. Did not know he had this,
How much of the parcel is actually in the buffer?
a good chunk of it. And I'll be honest, I'll hand this over to you guys.
Can
This
he-
is a few months difference, and I'm noticing a noticeable difference in
It's significant.
that the change in the tree line on that one. And
And-
again, it might just be my eye, but I think a notice of intent, ratifying this with the EO,
But
we
wouldn't-
did talk offline, and one of his concerns is his business. I'm concerned about his business also. I'll be honest with you, he can go back to full, and just to clarify, they are not doing anything. They've been running trucks. They're not running at full speed, but they are running trucks. So they're not in compliance. They did not stop all work. They might have reduced the amount of work they're doing, but they haven't stopped it.
Wait a minute,
And-
wait a minute, wait a minute. The
No,
only
can-
trucks, asked you this question on the phone.
Yeah.
I told him he has his construction company, he dispatches, this is where he keeps, they leave, go to a
He was
construction
telling me they're
site
bringing
and come back.
material in and out.
But at the end, just when the guys leave, I have a pile, here. I have a pile of material here that's all the material we use for all, just for all our jobs. So I'm here. So these trucks, we have 10, maybe 12 crews that come out of here. So this job needs this material. So before the guy leaves, we'll load this truck. And is that a violation? I mean, I'll have 10 jobs that stop.
So-
I mean, how can I,
yeah.
what am I gonna do with this?
I'm just clarifying
I
for
mean,
the
and I wanna
record.
work with everybody, and I didn't,
Yeah.
if we.
Okay,
If-
so just to
if-
clarify, my recommendation is to let him go back to full operation, given there's an incredibly massive buffer preventing any more activity to the resources. I just want to be honest and clear that they have not been in complete, they have not abided by the EO. That is what it is.
And that's why an EO should be recorded
I
at the
know,
registry.
but again,
It
you
really
got,
should be.
but as
Is
part of this
this-
process, we'll close it out. In my opinion, I think we should allow them to go back to work.
Yeah.
The EO is in place, go back to full operation, file a notice of intent to whatever, keep what they have, modify it, change it, mitigate, fix it.
Right.
And guess what? The EO is running, fines are accruing. At the end, if everyone's happy, close out the notice of intent, close out the EO, no one gets fined, business keeps running as normal. I don't think we should shut them down. I shut it down to get their attention, and it worked. They're here. Let them go back to working, file notice of intent, and make right on what the
But-
damage has been done.
But a notice of intent would be for the work that's done.
It's
filling the wetlands.
It's
So-
for
so
it's
you-
to
The
mitigate
restoration
too.
plan also. We
You'll get
file
a
a
little bit of
restoration
both.
plan.
You'll get a little bit of everything involved in
So
this.
for a restoration plan, you either remove all this material.
Correct. That's
Or
a no-brainer.
leave it in place and 2-to-1 replication.
We talked about maybe
the
doing both.
restoration, if you look at the plan, I don't have it in front of me, you see that the shaded in area?
Both.
The shaded in area is where the filling took place, it's 460 square feet. And, I wanted to hopefully talk about tonight about restoration too, so I don't just go off and do something that's totally we don't want to see.
With restoration.
My thought was that we could restorate what was filled in place, that would be 1-for-1, and then find a spot to, if you want to have a 2-to-1 restoration, we could do some more.
C1 to
And there's
C6.
areas.
C1 to C6 is perfect because it's a little bit of a bubble that goes in.
Right.
So I want assurances that we're not gonna exacerbate the situation.
Yeah, I think
If we
by allowing.
allow, and I wanna
to
be
move
able to
forward.
allow the owner to continue business, but I don't wanna exacerbate the
I
situation.
do not believe, and I don't say this
We can
lightly.
do that, and
With the retaining wall, you'd need a bigger truck than he has to get through it. it's not gonna make it any
It's really,
worse.
it's really a good, the wall itself is actually, in
It's a
terms of protecting
perfect
wetlands, a
wall.
perfect thing, because there's no way you can get,
Correct.
you can get
Which
into
is the only
wetlands.
reason I would suggest that I think it's reasonable, as long as the owner continues to work with us on the notice of intent in getting this
You know,
filing in
the
for the next
wall itself
meeting.
is part of the notice intent.
Exactly,
Right.
but that will get worked out through the notice of intent process.
It stops the noise and stops any.
Yeah, but
I
it
mean,
might not
that-
be in the best spot for our
You know, that I
purposes.
don't like the wall, but, you know, after I built the wall, because, you know, we probably lost 20 feet of workspace that we used to work in. I built the wall, and then I built another thing in front of it, so we don't hit the wall. So, you know, we lost 20, 25 feet of space where we used to, you know, pile stuff. But but now that I don't get a call. So I fixed that problem, and now I get this problem. So I don't know which, they're both bad problems.
So
But this
just,
is, but this
just so we're crystal clear,
Yeah,
any work within 100 feet of a resource area, buffer, wetland, anything that's wet, you have to get legal permission to do that.
I didn't know, I mean, I've been working down there for, you know, for,
There are state regulations and
Yeah.
there are local regulations.
I wasn't, you know,
If DEP gets involved, they're gonna be much more firm than we are. They're gonna fine you and they're gonna stick to their fines.
You know, and for an enforcement order to really have any effect, it really should be recorded on the deed, and it has to be forwarded to DEP. That's
If there's an
procedure.
issue, John, I think we would go that route. I don't think
That's
we're at that
procedure.
issue right now.
I agree. I
And that puts us-
think
and that
that
puts
we
us
should
at
give them a
legal-
chance.
So,
That puts us at a legal disadvantage
So
by not
town,
following
town,
procedure.
town
and following the
council has
law.
recommended we not enforce, not register enforcement orders.
And the same attorney tells me.
Yeah, I know.
you know, what if,
But I
you
have to
know,
work
that if
with
I
it.
miss a date, if we say we're gonna file something, and if I miss that date, then can we do this? I mean, I don't want, I mean, I just wanna work, I wanna work together to make it right, that no matter if I filled it or I didn't fill it, I just
Certainly.
wanna get this thing just resolved.
I think
Good.
that was what I.
We
What
need
are
a
we going to
motion.
ask him to do?
we need a motion to ratify and modify the EO. before we
And how
leave.
are we modifying it?
To basically
Allow-
to
let him
allow
work.
him to continue
Okay.
work. But we are ratifying the EO.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we ratify the enforcement order against one National Ave.
One industrial way.
Industrial Way.
With the following
Thank you.
modification.
Woo, wrong. Dated, does it need a date?
No.
With the following modifications, that we allow work to continue on the site. What was the other one?
Well,
Stay
actually,
away from-
no further damage.
And no further damage
To
should
the
be done
wetlands.
to the resources.
Until plans have been,
Yeah. And the EO will pretty much say, to file at the next meeting, have a notice of intent for the next meeting. and-
Right.
And once that's started,
Is
we
there,
work.
is there a second for that?
second.
There's a
That's gonna
motion
come
and a
with the-
second to ratify
That'll
the
be part of the
EO
NOI of investigation.
to allow
Matter of
work
fact,
to
Stephen, what I'd like to
continue
do is,
and no
Second,
further
there, no motion.
damage to the resource areas. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 We get together.
what I'd like to do is get together with you and just kind
Aye.
of work it out before I draw it all up.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, that's a discussion, so that's pretty much it.
Apologize, I'll fix it.
So if you,
We know you
so in
will.
the
It's
future,
okay.
in the future,
We
if you
know-
have any
I
questions,
feel like you're gonna
please,
fix it.
please call him and don't, don't, if there's a situation of, no, something isn't right, don't necessarily wait till we come down and find it. That applies to all kinds of environmental health and safety regulations. You don't necessarily wait till the agency comes knocking on your door and says, I'm here to help you.
Put back my TV.
What's that joke? I'm from the government, I'm here to help you?
Yeah. Joe.
Thank you for coming in, guys.
Okay, thanks.
I appreciate it.
I'll be
Sorry
in
about
touch
the late
with
night.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Take care.
Okay, a bunch of paperwork and business.
Have fun at work, I guess?
Yeah, thank you. I was up nights and nights thinking of this, making notes, what am I gonna do?
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Don't
sir.
forget your phone.
Yeah, thank you very
Okay,
much.
good. Sure.
This is the
Really? I gotta sign stuff now, too?
OOC for 6 Heather Road that you guys approved tonight, please.
Oh, you knew we were going to approve it? Why did you drag us through the mire?
We still are on camera. I was doing I was doing my,
Approving his
what is
job.
that called? Oh, I was doing my job. Laura has requested to be reappointed to the Open Space Committee, whether she knows it or not.
Oh, she
That is
did?
her appointment.
Denied. Oh, no, you're approved.
Also, Peter Burns asked to be reappointed. Laura, can you send me a request to be reappointed tomorrow, please?
Sure.
Very good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Your service.
It's
Not many people do, but I do.
turning into a thorny position.
That's why you're on it.
Authoritarian
Bills to be
position.
signed.
Thorny.
Bills to be signed. BFC
What do you
Group
think
for
this
the
is?
turning leaf review, $2,000 plus.
Prickly.
Don't forget this one too. Postage meter, $75 for our mailing. Camp Dennison revolving reimbursement for
Can we just
internet.
make a motion
half
to pay the
phone.
bills?
Yeah, you do
He
it
has to
at the
read
end.
'em.
We have, we have to hear everyone?
Yes.
Sorry.
Don't you
Again,
read
doing my
your
job.
bills?
No, my
WB
husband
Mason,
does.
$70 for, just office supplies.
Because I can't sign my own appointment.
Of course you can. We're registering a registry, an order of conditions and a COC from a project that the commission did a number of years ago for a beaver deceiver on Old Jacobs Road. We need more money to register the document,
Just the
$75.
top one.
Camp Dennison, electrical work,
Oh.
$600. Georgetown building supply for Camp Dennison, revolving for plumbing supplies. Camp Dennison, building supply, $12, some gutter hangers.
Yeah, plumbing.
Camp Dennison, 2 light department bills totaling $152. Remember that the cabins are on a separate meter, so we always get 2 bills for lighting down power at Camp Dennison. That's it.
I'll entertain a motion to pay the bills.
Make a motion to pay the bills.
Second.
We have a motion, it's been seconded to pay the bills as read by Steve. Is there any further discussion? Given the hour, probably not.
How about, there's a set of minutes?
I did not
Okay,
have
next
an
time.
opportunity to read them.
So, motion to pay the bills, who motioned that?
All
I
in
did.
favor?
I seconded.
Aye.
Aye.
Arr.
Arr.
Motion.
And I'll entertain a motion to, well,
Oh, wait, 1 second, I'm sorry. John made this suggestion last week, and if you guys are okay with it, I think it's a really, really
This
good
one?
idea.
No. No, I don't want to even hear it.
You got, the other day, I asked
I said that.
you guys to scramble and get to the PD to sign a document for me.
Yeah, I did that.
Do you know how we can prevent that, is to have you guys sign one ahead of time?
you could
So-
drive to our
Trust
houses.
you?
So what happens is, when you guys make a motion to approve, right, that's the legal mechanism that makes that project approved. This is just administrative. So you guys approve it, and say you forget to sign it, or we don't have one drafted. Say you approved turning leaf tonight. I would not have had one of these for you to sign. I guess what you guys are gonna vote on and approve, and I pre-write the decisions, and then I add in the conditions you give it. If you approve something that I don't see coming, I don't have anything for you to sign, and you guys gotta scramble and go to the PD.
So you're talking about just a blank form with just signatures and?
There's no information on it, so say you approve turning leaf. Now, John said he does with his group, and it works well. Again,
Yeah, but that's Amesbury, they were all messed up.
I know, I'm just offering it up,
It's
so
not
if you guys
Amesbury, it's
are okay
Maine.
with that, then there's 2 sets to sign. It will prevent this running around. That last one, we almost missed the 21 days. We have 21 days from when we vote to mailing it. If we don't do that, we lose the case.
Bad things happen.
We've
Bad
had that happen,
things
we've had that happen before.
I know,
It
I
almost
know.
happened again last
But we
week.
need- But we need to be
94 Elm
need to be
tattooed
very
on my
careful.
arm, I know,
You
that's
see the
mine.
island they
careful
built?
that,
Oh,
you know,
my.
the signatures go with the right project.
I agree.
otherwise-
Well, those are blank, and again, it's, you guys aren't comfortable with it, don't sign them. I have no problem with that at all. I'm just offering it as a way of preventing
What
what
did you
almost
say?
happened the other day.
Motion to,
You don't need a motion, it's just signing
oh,
them.
to close.
Because we,
the
nice.
Can we, do we have anything else to do?
That's it.
Oh, go, John.
I'm afraid.
Motion to close.
Second. It's not, it's too early. It's only
don't need to vote on it.
11:32.
Even midnight
night is
yet.
I told you we were going to
The night
one.
is young.
Is all the
Oh,
same thing?
Yeah.
Look at Carl's suspicious expression.